Boy, that was quick. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are out there swimming around in the universe. And so it takes patience and understanding and, a little bit of belief. Believe. Now, this particular video, hey, Witch Moon and Chloe and Scotty Boy, present, raise your hand if you're sure. Ranolazine. Hi, Miss Catlet from Thailand. How is it from that section of the world? You're down under, sort of. Lower than the equator, I believe. So how's the weather? So I've been on this new medication, ranolazine, since October. And it says when you look up under symptoms and side effects, dizziness. And so my doctor yesterday, my primary, said, "Oh, it shouldn't be bothering you." Well, I looked it up. I told him, I said, I'm still having problems, doc. It seems like I'm tripping. And me being an old hippie, I'm wondering if, they always used to say, you take a lot of acid, you're going to have flashbacks. Well, I took a boatload of acid. Hey, Witch Moon, did I say hi? Hey, Katniss and Chloe. So I took a boatload of acid along with mushrooms and other things, right? So I know what my point is. I know what tripping's like, and I know when things look out of wacky, And so I've been looking at the universe, and things have been really weird, like going in and out and woo, 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 woo. And I mean, everything, And so, trying to explain this to my doctor, and he's like, "Yeah, okay." And I'm like, "No, seriously, doc." So yesterday, while waiting on my prescriptions, I look it up on the intranet there on my cell phone, and I'm looking through the different side effects and the different sites, and there's hallucinations. What? Apparently, ranolazine has caused hallucinations among certain patients. No shite. Really? What? Seriously? You kind of tripping out right now? Well, it's almost. Oh, doggone it. There it is. If I drop something on the floor, it's okay, just as long as I can find it. Let's see, it's quarter after, so I'm going to start early on that 20 mark. But so, hey, Mark the Ark, how you doing, brother? And much love out to all of you. So, but anyway, so I'm looking through the different places, and this one particular woman, they gave her entire case history, what her blood was like. It just they yeah, hit it. Yeah, there you go, fixing to. So here I am with the ranolazine, and about a good 6 weeks ago, because I quit taking my morning dose of it, 1,000 milligrams, by the way, twice a day. So it's supposed to help with my chest and my angina. And it has helped me with that, okay? But the side effects and what it does to you. So, I mean, I was standing out there, took Duggar out to, to do his business, standing at the door, and the next thing I know, I'm headed for the ground. I scratched my right arm on the house going down. I hit the doorknob with my left arm and hit the back, and then the next thing I know, I'm sitting on the ground. I mean, just boom. And I was not aware of what was going on until I woke up on the ground. Hey, Miss Pearl, God love you. I was thinking about you this afternoon when I got back from the doctor's and the store and other things. I was unloading the truck and I was going, I wonder how Miss Pearl's doing this afternoon. But anyway, so in this thing about the medicine, I'm like, so here I've been having these, sure enough, woo woo things. I'm seeing shit. I'm seeing the world literally going in and out like this, you pulsating, you know? And I'm thinking to myself, holy shit, Dave, this shaman thing is really getting intense in my old age. And boy, this energy from the center of the galaxy sure is affecting me in weird ways. Now, it still can be, but now I find out that some of these feelings that I've been having could very well and maybe, probably, maybe the Ranolazine might be, it's also called Renexus. Renex, um, that is causing these hallucinogenic type things, these weird separation that, to hallucinate, you're going from the cognizant to the subconscious at the same time. Both are operating at the same time. So I don't know what it is with my subconscious that is making the world go woo, 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 woo. Whether or not the universe is doing that for real, it's my perception of how the world is going woo, woo. Um, is it's I'm hallucinating something. Yeah, it's pulsating. That would be it, Scotty boy. It's pulsating. But here's the thing. With all the acid and mushrooms and things that I've taken over the years, when you see it pulsating or something, you're usually seeing something that's actually there. You're seeing beyond the normal. You're kind of sitting in the paranormal, okay? Because it's not the normal, it is a 20. Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Yum, yum. This is good. I would pass it along, but ain't nobody here. So, I've taken a lot of things in my life, but taking it up the ass is, yeah, nope. I had a girlfriend that wanted to try that on me one time, and I was like, I'm not so sure about that. You know, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. But so the trippiness. Now, so in my taking of mushrooms in the past, is something, if I saw something weird going on, there was usually a reason why I saw what it was that was weird. And what it was that was weird is like, whatever the woo, 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 that there may have actually been a pulsating, or there's something else going on, or something. But so this idea that, I'm seeing the universe, I'm seeing the world doing this stuff. Is it just me, or am I seeing the real deal? So I'm hallucinating. Okay, but is it all right? I got that. But am I imagining the pulsating, you know? Or am I actually seeing the pulsating because I'm tripping? You understand? Does that make sense? Somebody out there say it makes sense. No gay desires here. Yep, nope. I have seen and felt that pulsing thing many times. It's everything. It's my whole entire field of view. It's not just there were times before when there'd be like a spot that would be pulsating. Like, it's it's a very energetic spot and there's some pulsating going on. But this is field of vision looking and everything's kind of going woo, woo, so it does make sense. Same as seeing the grid. It is very trippy. Now, I spent lots of money over the years and a lot of time looking for mushrooms and stuff to achieve this trippy feeling I'm feeling right now. All I got to do is take my meds. you know, like what? So we're going to try, instead of 1,000 milligrams, 50 milligrams twice a day. I'll let you know how that works out. But the fact that here is this medicine that is obviously for my angina, and it has helped me, I got to say, is giving me hallucinations. Who would have thunk? So now here's a question, a sort of moral question. Knowing that it has this effect, could I or should I try to use this to my, let's say, advantage? Okay. Hello, off the hook. Yeah, like geometric patterns over your eyes on shrooms. Sort of. You had temporal lobe seizures, that is hallucinations. Yeah, I've seen things before where, they're like, you see a person and there's a little outline around them on one side or the other. And um, let's push the envelope, not decrease it. So, as long as it ain't hurting you none, why not? Right. Oh, well, long term, but, with conscious effort. So here would be the thing. So I want to cut back because I can't function during the day and I don't want to drop and be dizzy and fall out in the yard. I don't want to fall out anywhere. But out there in the walking out to the yard or something and boom, that's no good. At any age, but at 71, no, don't want this, right? So and I got stuff to do, you know what I mean? I got wood to cut and other stuff. I mean, I need I got stuff to do. And if we get another cold snap, I don't have enough wood to stay warm. I got my little electric heater here, and me and Doug are controlling the covers, but I don't have enough wood to cut. I don't have enough wood cut, to keep us warm for the rest of the season, and the cold ain't over. So so what do I do? So in my years of having been given medicines, I cut back on the medications. We titrate my meds down so that I'm not tripping as much during the daytime, where I'm trying to get work done. So, but part of me is like, well, I remember my days of tripping. I remember, using that trippy feeling to focus on trippy things. in the universe. So now I don't know, the feeling that I got with this ranolazine. So could I use this in a similar way that I have used mushrooms or acid in the past, by trying to use it to access certain brain waves? Or I'm still trying to formulate how to explain this. Okay, they gave you nifenapine ER 90 milligram. That's a heavy jacket, David. Put on another log. Yeah, I put on another log, and I was still cold. I mean, it was 22 outside, and and 45 here in the house. And that was because I didn't have enough wood to put on the fire. It was cold as snot, but not the coldest ever. But I didn't have enough wood to put on the fire. So, but anyway, so in this day and time, I'm like, here I am hallucinating. And one thing is that when you're doing the hallucinating, if you're trying to ride the train, okay, then you ride the hallucination. Ooh, I saw this green light and it was doing this thing, and so then you focus on the green light. Well, what? So, unless even if it's something scary, you can try it and see how it goes. But go get that wood chopped. Yep, I am. 2 hours later, and I am up again. Sorry about that, Travis. Did you get any rest? What are you asking me? What did I see? Stuff, and I'm still trying to figure it out. But so in this unusual thing, so if something is being trippy, then it's like, oh man, so the brain normally wants to dismiss whatever it is that's trippy. Okay. The brain says, no, I can't accept that. No, it must be something else. No, it goes into this no, 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 no phase, right? Can't be, but whatever it is. So, if you're riding the hallucination train, then when you see, I'm going to call it a hallucination. When you see the hallucination, then you focus on it. You say, whoop, there it is. And you watch. For me, it's like watching a movie. Let's watch where this goes. Let's see. It's like in a dream. Let's see where this goes, And so with the trippiness, it's like, wow, this is really weird. So for me, or anyone else, but for me, in this study of this, see, now I took one earlier this evening, and I'm feeling kind of spacey, and I took 1,000 milligram, which I normally don't take it until like, 12 or 1 or 2 o'clock. And I took it at like 7:30 this evening. And so I'm a little trippy right now. It's a little difficult for me to formulate some thoughts and word patterns. I can tell a difference, So it's like, but in this, so if something trippy happens, now do I allow it? For me, do I allow it to happen? Do I stay on the 1,000 milligram? Do I change to the half dose? And, so how do I want to handle the trippiness? And it's like, I never thought that I'd be having this discussion. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, you don't want to feel trippy all the time. Well, no, not all the time. No. But if I've got the choice between 500 and 1,000, and they've both been prescribed to me, and I decide to take a 1,000 milligram pill so I can sit down and let my mind go trippy versus 500, which may be just to be able to get me through the day and keep my angina in check, but with a lot less trippiness. So, what do I do? Should I play with it at all? You know what I mean? So this is going through my head as I'm driving home going, wow, I never thought I'd have to worry about this kind of shit. Don't stay up longer than 3 days. Oh no, yeah, 3 days, 2.5. Find some place to lay down. Handle with eyes open. Yep. It appeared 3 times in a row. Yeah, so for me, there's been things that I've been seeing in the corner of my eyes and stuff. And I've always noticed things in my peripheral vision. But since I've been taking this Ranolazine, things have really peaked up. So I don't know what's in this result, this drug. But whatever it is and however it interacts with the mind, oh, shadows. Yep. I'm with you. There's all kinds of shadows, but there are spirits down around here. So it's for me, it's sort of expected. So, but anyway, they had me on 6 drugs after my heart attack. I went off 3, but due to tests, back on 3. Yeah, I don't like these pharmaceuticals either. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Yesterday I had blood drawn. The doctor wanted to send me to the ER, to the hospital yesterday, my primary. And I said, nope, I got Duggar in the truck, can't do it. And I said, besides that, I'm going to the heart doctor tomorrow, which is today. And I said, no, we'll see what they say when I get to them. So, the veil is thinning. Yep, I would agree with that. So today, as soon as I walk into the office, it's stripped down and they tape the things on my chest and they do an EKG immediately. I mean, immediately. I ain't been in there 2 minutes and I'm already got my shirt off and they're hooking me up with the wires. So the EKG was done and it turned out okay. Nothing special, but nothing worse. All right. So that's a good thing. So I did not know that my blood work that they took yesterday at my primary was already done and in the system. So today when the nurse P practitioner looked in, she goes, "Well, all your blood levels and everything is fine." I was like, "What you looking at?" She goes, "Your blood test from the 22nd." And I said, "Of this year?" She goes, "Yeah, yesterday." And I said, "The blood work's already done and in the system?" "Yeah." She was like, "Your potassium levels and blah, blah, blah." And she's reading them off. And I'm like, wow. So everything was pretty cool. And now I can eat bananas again, which is great news. So, I'm on a particular drug that strips the potassium out of me or out of a person. And the LASIK is it. And so they want to increase my LASIK because that's the water pill, and I'm retaining water. And another side effect of this was ranolazine is that there's a weight gain, unexpected weight gain. Guess what? I gained 8 pounds, and I should not. But back to the trippy part. A part of me says, man, I wonder if I could like meditate. Well, I have been meditating to this without knowing that it was the drug that was making me feel trippy. I have been meditating, okay? But I haven't been meditating to the drug with a purpose, if that makes sense. Because if I did some acid or some mushrooms, I did it with purpose. So now I'm taking this drug that makes me every day trippy, you know, but I had the opportunity at the moment because they gave me lower dosage of the medicines that I could take a 500 milligram or I could take the currently prescribed 1,000. So do I take the more of it or do I take the less of it and stick with that and don't try to fool with a little more one day? But anyway, I just wanted to say that, here's a legal drug that when given to old people, if the lady that her report that I was reading about her tripping, the poor dear didn't have a clue, you know. For me, being an old hippie drug head kind of thing, um, yeah, me too. With off the hook, I don't do anything but my 420, and I quit alcohol a bunch of years ago. So I'm glad I did that. Um, yeah, I took a type of meth that wasn't the same meth that people are doing now. It was clean. Way back. Yeah, that old Wayback Machine, right? Right, Mr. Peabody, the Wayback Machine. But anyway, it's gonna be an interesting ride as to what, now that I am conscious and cognizant of the trippiness of the drug. It's like, so, like, for example, tonight I took it early. I took it at 8 o'clock instead of at midnight, because I wanted to see what it would do. I wanted to see if I would be trippy by this time, and I gotta say, I am a little trippy. So by taking it early, I can have a pleasant evening by being trippy. you know, ain't this stupid? Smoke a little weed and take your meds, Dave. You know, I haven't stopped smoking cigarettes, but I've been sticking pretty much to a half a pack a day and less. Today I smoked a little heavier because I was nervous about maybe having to go into the hospital and wondering how my heart was doing. And so what do? I'm worried about my heart condition. I smoke a freaking cigarette. Like, what? Last thing you should be doing. But it was the only thing I could do that could really calm me down. You're not really happy about it, but drug free. Yeah, what's gonna? I'm gonna. I don't know. I went into the hospital for a week, 5 days, and they did put a patch on me, but I was sitting there, with the patch on, going like this, and I would find myself just during the day like, God, I wish I had a cigarette. Just there's something about it, and I don't know, but like today, at least 2 cigarettes, and about 3. I forgot them in the ashtray and looked over, and this much was burnt off of them. And I just, put the butt out. But, should we be smoking? No. But I'm 71. I've been smoking since I was 11. It's just like, it's really tough. And man, there's another part for me. I just like them few cigarettes I smoke. I like, there's just, something about that. And so it's like, I don't miss drinking for whatever reason. I mean, I do miss having a beer. I miss having a shot every once in a while, but I don't miss getting drunk. I don't miss the partying with the drinking, but I do miss, having a beer once in a while. Um, stopping in a bar and just having what's on tap, you know, just have a mug of ale or whatever it is. And, without getting drunk, just have one that was nice and be done with it. But I can't do that, with all the meds and everything. So, but now, I have an assortment of flavors. And so I can pick this one or that one or that one. And so, yeah, I don't miss the hangovers either. Oh my God. And they got so bad. Creator was hitting me with, I could have one beer and the next day my head would be so swelled up that it was like I drank a case of beer, which I have done. Phew, wait, so missing them hangovers, not a bit, you know. So the alcohol, I don't miss that at all as far as that goes. But to have a beer or to like, I got a pint of Jack Daniels up there that hasn't been opened. It's been sitting there. And if I want some, I got a shot glass in the bathroom and I wipe that puppy out and pour me a shot and down she goes. But, it's up there. It's been there for at least 5 years, probably more like 6. Haven't touched it. I just see it. Wished I could have a Jack and Coke, but it's all right. Subliminal. You miss your B-52 on the rocks? Oh, is that the one with Kahlua and everything? The 3 different flavors? A B-52? Oh, man, them things will shoot. If they're made right, Lord have mercy. Them B-52s. At the end of we'd go down to Tallahassee and go to a concert and different things at the different bars, and to finish up the rounds, I would, if it was me, I would order. I'd say, okay, everybody, it's time to take the airplane home. And they were like, what are you talking about, Dave? And I was like, it's time for a round of B-52s, unless it was the driver. Yeah, only downfall was the Kahlua. Why is that a downfall? I love, I like Kahlua, but anyway, some people don't like the chocolatey flavor or the whatever it is, but yeah, beer drinker. Yeah, so you wouldn't like the Kahlua. See, and growing up, the if there was liquor drinking in the house, they all like cream de mint and cream de cocoa. They liked the sweeter liquors and liqueurs in my house when they were their house when I was growing up. So if we was gonna swipe some, we ended up with the sweeter types of alcohol. Yeah, so when I found out about B-52s and there was Kahlua and other together, and I was like, oh, holy shit. you know, I yeah, oh, Bailey's. I would Bailey's Irish cream. Oh my gosh. And to pour a little bit in your coffee. Oh my gosh. You know, um, I don't know. I haven't tried it with raw milk, but it could be maybe mixed in with some chocolate milk. Bailey's and Kahlua. Yeah. They're similar but not the same. Scotty Boy, in my humble opinion. I can't remember the 3 liqueurs that are in a B-52. I guess I could type it into the computer. But anyway, so But in this trippiness of the world, so, okay, now that I've learned that I'm actually hallucinating due to the meds, so what is my brain hallucinating on? It sees the woo stuff. It's seeing stuff, crossing my path like shadow beings. But I was seeing those before, but I can honestly say that it seems like I'm seeing more of them. So is it because of my hallucinogenic state that I am seeing more of the shadow beings? Or am I seeing the shadow beings and it has nothing to do with the hallucinations? You know what I mean? Grand Minya and Kalua. Or is it my time to go? What are you talking about? My time to go. Now, after having all these heart tests and everything done again, and under the circumstances, I'm doing the as well as possible under the circumstances. So it's up to me to stay healthy. It's up to me to go put the boat motor on the boat and go fishing. It's up to me to, take Duggar for a walk. It's up to me to, do these things. Um, and it's up to me to stay, healthy despite my angina, which is like 65% closed, but they can't touch me till it's a 70 or above. So maybe by the end of the year, if my condition, right now I'm stable. So, but in this hallucinogenic state, this is what I was thinking, to use it to my advantage. Like, okay, in my hallucinogenic state, use the little nanites in my body to go into the heart and take out whatever plaque might be there, shore up the pinched, the collapsed veins. I got 3 leaky valves in my heart that I did. I I don't know if they told me that or not. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Every time I go in, they tell me something else is wrong. Stable holds an old truth. Yeah. And so, but she said it's against the law for us to touch you unless you're at least 70% or more bad wrong with you. We can't put these stints in if you're 68. It's got to be 70 or above. It's against the law for us to touch anyone and with a heart condition. And I was like, no shit. She goes, yeah, really. They're really strict about it. So I got to kick along this way, but which is just an interesting on my part. Like, so how do I know when it's when it's too much? I guess when I have a damn near heart attack, and they go, well, Dave, you're 70% now, like, well, so, but here's the thing in my brain is like, I looked at her and I said, so I got to get sicker to get better. Is that what you're telling me? She said, yep. So in this, I want to get better. Okay. I want to improve my condition. I'm 71, but if everything is pretty much okay within me and I don't have some dread disease or cancer, knock on wood, then, let's rock and roll. Well, but, there are these things that just seem like that, as they said in the old days, my got up and go done got up and went. And with all these medications that make you sleepy and tired and lethargic, like this Ranolazine, those are some of the side effects of it. So if I take a larger dosage, which gets me trippier, does that if I'm trippier, can I use that for insight into the spirit realm? Now that I know that it's a trippy drug, or that it does trippy things to my head. So part of me wants to experiment with this. Like, stay on 1,000 milligram with the intention of like taking it early maybe, and laying down and meditating and seeing where the trippiness takes me. Well, but that's what they said. How do you feel? Were you talking about to me? But I missed something in the chat. So all in God's time. Yep. Well, but for some reason I haven't wanted to trip in a long time. All right. I've had some folks that say, "Hey, would you like to?" And I go, I just don't think so. I think I have tripped enough in my lifetime that I kind of understand where trips take me. And I think a lot of times I can get there on my own. Why stay longer than you're meant to? So, but I got a bunch of adventures I'd like to, explore. I got some more exploring to do. That's, you know, what's in my heart. And tripping over the shadow beings. Yep. Yeah, well, Witch Moon, this is really trippy. I mean, just things pulsate. I'm talking really trippy. Just um, talking to mannequins and things. You talking to me? Did I pull a card earlier tonight? Yeah, with on Robert's show I did, and it was possum. Oh yes, there you go, Scotty boy. Possum. Yep. Diversion. And we are sort of in a time of diversion. But so since I've only learned this in the last little over 24 hours, what is spirit trying to tell me? My spirit guys are like, should you really be messing with this now that you know? And I'm like, well, now that I know, I would kind of like to mess with it. you know, in Nevada Saturday, huh? Wow. I can't believe the political game that's being played, but Spirit told me to roll with the punches. Nothing new in your life. Let's see, around 2003, after staying up like 13 days after eating a ball, thinking we were getting pulled over. Oh, an 8 ball? Oh, God almighty. Always feel trippy. I am done with psychedelic unless it calls for it. I still eat my cannabis too, though. Yeah, I know which mood. And that's why it's like right after I started taking this drug, I told my primary, I said, I'm looking out the window and I said, that roof over there is just being trippy. Oh, it's okay. And there ain't nothing to it. And I'm going to call him tomorrow at the office and say, listen, doc, you need to read the results of Ranolazine, because feeling trippy and dizziness, stuff is right in there. With if you got any of your other patients that are on this stuff, you should ask them and be forewarned. Yeah, 8 balls. I've had a couple of them in my lifetime. Woo-wee. I got busted with an 8 ball of 98% pure MDA, methyl deoxyamphetamine. It was the cleanest stuff I have ever put up my nose. That pulsing is scary that you're talking about. It is, but at the same time, see, Witch Moon, am I actually seeing the pulses? That's what my brain is going. I see them suckers, but are they real? Or they're real and I'm seeing them because I'm being a little trippy. Like, wow, I didn't know that was vibrating, or wow, I didn't know that something. So is it the hallucinations that help bring out some of the stuff that I feel is going on, right? The pulsating of things. Is it really happening? Or is it my imagination that's dreaming of it, and that's what I think it looks like? Or am I actually seeing it because I'm hallucinating? And part of me is like, I think some of that's really real, Dave. And my other part of my brain is going, really? No shit. And then part of my brain's going, you see that boom, boom? Yeah, it's really doing it. But what's you so the two sides of my brain talking, okay? So left side maybe is saying, oh, look, it's really happening. And my right side's going, how? How am I seeing the waves pulsating? How is it happening? How is it that I am seeing it? And how is it working with the hallucinations in my brain? There are all of these hows at the same time. So how is it pulsating? I don't know. How does it work? I don't know. Is it working through the? I don't know. So, but I'm seeing it, and my brain says you're really seeing it. Really? Yep. It's the pulsating is really happening. Okay, my other side of the brain says, but you're tripping. You're hallucinating. If you're hallucinating, how can you say that those pulses are real? Well, left brain says, because I see them. And the right brain says, yeah, but you're seeing them while you're hallucinating. So you ain't seeing shit, Hawkeye. Your brain is making up the pulsing. The left brain says, no, it's really happening. And now that because you're tripping, you can see it. Um, um, really? Yes, it's really happening. No shit. Yep. So left brain, right brain. Hey, Geraldine, how are you? Good to see you. So here's this conversation as I'm describing it to you. I'm having this conversation, literally because it's happening to me now, right? Do I feel the pulses? Sort of. I feel the pulses intuitively because how can you actually feel a pulse? Is it a physical thing, or is it an emotional thing? Is it a psychic thing? And the pulses, I seem to feel like psychically. Like I see him, and maybe it's my perception, but it's going yin, 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 yin. So I'm kind of feeling I'm going with the pulsation kind of thing. Um, Short swim, jumped in. But so um, all of this is new, right? Because so I quit taking the meds during the daytime. So my observation of daytime events have been muddled. But because I take that med, I chose to take it only at night, once a time instead of twice. So what happens if I go back to taking two a day for a day or two, just to see where that hallucination takes me, you know? Knowing on purpose that it's there. Um, should I screw with this at all? Well, part of me would like to see if the pulsating and other, that's just one example, right? So to like test out my theory as to whether or not am I really feeling the pulse? Am I dreaming up that I feel the pulse? In other words, you see this pulsating and it's going yeah, and you kind of go along with the rhythm of the metronome, and you pick up that rhythm and you rock along with it. But are you actually feeling it, or are you just going along with the motion that you see? You know what I mean? And but my body's physically moving with the pulse. I can feel it in that sense, but am I actually feeling it physically come across? Or is my brain anticipating the pulse and I'm moving along like to the beat as, it's pulsating so does that make sense? Am I actually feeling the pulse? Good question. I'd like to test that theory. Like, relax and let it go and just go, okay, rock and roll, you know, what's going on? If a crystal starts forming on your hand, run, Logan, run. So, part of my own experience in talking about the Ranolazine is for people, and I put it in the title so that if anybody watches this, you can maybe they'll fast forward to this back part here. But, there are old folks who have never tripped or anything. There are folks who are taking this medicine for angina like I am, and they don't know they're tripping. They don't know. They may look at the world and go, doc, things look a little odd. But some of these folks, because I know folks my age and so forth, that wouldn't say anything to their doctor. Well, now, why wouldn't you bring this up? Well, I don't want my doctor to think I'm crazy. If you're hallucinating and if you're seeing little green men in the house, you need to tell him, because no, 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 that ain't supposed to be happening. So, with my trippiness and my hallucinating on this drug, which I'm kind of sort of doing now, is like wowzers. So I'm seeing stuff, but it's not like I'm How do I put this? Having tripped a lot. Yeah, yeah, just gotta sit back and enjoy and see what develops. You know, is there stuff in the room? Well, at the moment, no. But a little bit ago, it seemed like there was things running around and something might have passed me by over here, and I kind of sort of feel the pulse a little bit. Maybe it's the drum I hear for me versus the pulse, because I'm not looking at a pulse. I'm remembering what I saw as pulsating. So I was going along with it from memory. So, and the memory is like, really vivid and really real. So, was I really experiencing in my dream state? Was I actually experiencing feeling the pulse? I could see the house, I could see the landscape, and because I had seen it earlier that day. So to that night, I'm going back to it, and my brain is watching it again. It's reliving it, and it's feeling that, oh my God, I can feel the pulse. But I'm watching it in from memory. I'm watching it, and I'm experiencing the same thing that I did when I saw it, meaning my body is responding to the waves, and I find myself going like this, weaving in and out. I go, wait a minute, hang on there. What am I doing? I don't actually see it. It's replaying in my brain. I'm reliving that pulse, and my body's going, yep, you sure are. Da-doom, da-doom, da-doom. Wait a minute, hang on. So, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things? It tells me, for myself, me, myself, and I, that these pulses that I'm seeing, for whatever reason I'm seeing them, there's got to be something real about them. And I don't know what that means. I don't know how that makes, but because of the effect on me, it's if it was just a dream, I wouldn't be like, there are just certain things like, no, I wouldn't be doing that because I dreamt it, because I can feel that, and it's like, wait a minute, it's like you went to a dance the night before, and you and your hubby or partner or whoever or a stranger, you went and danced together, and there was one dance during the night that was just like the best dance of the night, right? And the next day, without trying to think about it, the tune comes in your head, and you replay the dance, and you sway to the music, and it plays in your head, and you can see, whether it was a fast dance, slow dance, twisty, thingy, turny, whatever, you're going through the motion, you can feel it, and it was exhilarating, and it was whatever it was, and but you go through it the next day or so, but only in your mind. But as you replay it freshly from 1 or 2 days after it happened, it just washes all over you, and you're still in that. You still got some of that magic dust on you from when you did it, or whatever it is. Well, you hit a home run, whatever it is. You bowled, 4 strikes in a row or something. Whatever it is, you feel that, man, that proud, or that and so it's sort of like that in a feeling. So it's like, wow, this just happened yesterday, and I saw this pulsating, and I say the universe. I don't know if the universe is doing it. I just know that there are spaces around me, and I mean, you know, like the whole hospital complex this evening when I came out of the doctor's office was doing this slow boom, boom. It was really slow, but I was like, yeah, It's doing it, ain't it? Got in the truck and thought, well, I I just come out of the doctor's office and everything, and nothing special, okey doke, all right. Sit in the truck, ready to drive. The front of the building stopped, it must be good to drive. Well, I drove and did my business and came home and no incidents, but there for that little bit while I was in Moultrie, the landscape was doing this slow, you know, pulsation thing for me. Again, my brain only. Am I actually seeing it? Am I actually experiencing this pulsation? Now, my brain has watched a lot of UFO stuff, right? We're coming up on a 20. We've watched me, myself, and I have watched a lot of UFO stuff over the years. So is my brain has already conjured up a scenario for this? You see the world is pulsating. Okay, is that from an old sci-fi movie or something? Is that from some old memory that I've had? Is the pulsating actually, get this, actually on Earth? Is the pulsating on another level in another dimension that just seems to be occupying the same space? And I know this is weird. It's like an overlay. So there's the landscape out there, and it's just being the landscape. But the overlay of the landscape is what's pulsing. What? Yeah, but it's almost like everything's got an aura. Trees have auras, and I mean, even buildings get auras after a while, people being in them. Not only that, but there's heat escaping or cold escaping a building or whatever. And so, in that way, it's living, right? So, everything is living, even those things that have been built or whatever. So, just less than an honest to God tree in the ground growing. Um, but with that said, so everything is living in one way, shape, or another. So that means that everything is presenting its aura to the universe. So there's the leaf of the tree, and then there's the aura of the leaf of the tree. And the aura of the leaf of the tree exists before you touch the leaf. So here's my finger. There's pictures of, the Calorn effect with, all kinds of energy coming off your fingers and stuff. So, but I can touch the energy of the aura out here, we'll say, like static electricity. So if I work at it, I can actually feel it. Okay. So there's this energy coming off all your fingertips, and it happens with everybody, except some people are stronger than others. Some people are weaker than others. Don't that mean the same thing? But anyway, so you imagine, and this is happening real time right now. If you can see it, there's energy sparkling off the end of my fingertip. So I take this finger and say, okay, it's sparkling off here. Well, I want to touch this finger. So, but I'm going to touch my aura long before I get to my actual fingertip. So, in this veil of stuff, so in this aura around objects, you can touch the aura before you touch the object. Yes. Now you might be like this close, or the aura might be, 2 feet away from a tree, for example. It's an old tree. It's been around for a long time, and it exudes this energy. And as you walk towards this tree, you can feel its presence. So you go, wow, man, that is a really old tree. I wonder how long it's been here. And you're feeling whatever it is about this tree, right? So you're feeling it before you get to the actual tree. You're touching its vibration. That tree or whatever it is spreading its vibration out. So, and I'm thinking of a couple of trees in my head right now. And so it's like, and I can recall what it feels like to be around these trees. They're amazing. They're huge oak trees, you know? And so, and as you get close to them, you feel their presence. I got a couple of huge pine trees on my place down on the river. I mean, these things, you know, 3 people to go around. They're like redwoods. Calm down, Duggar. Calm down. But so when I'm near those trees, I'm just in awe and I can feel their energy from a distance. So, and that's without tripping, you know? So if people can learn that there are objects that have auras all the time and that they're strong. And so do you touch the aura of the tree before you touch the actual tree? The answer is yes, every single time, you know. So in this magical world of stuff, then am I watching the physical universe go like this, or is it the aura of what I see that's pulsating? I'm leaning towards it's the aura of the objects that are pulsating, because it would be hard for a brick building to pulse, you know, and or the trees actually. But to envision the trees standing there with their auras pulsating, you know, that life is doing this rhythm, you know, this pulse. Think about that one for a minute. I'm going to let the dog out. You want to go out? Okay. Let me let him out, y'all. Well, since I'm not attached, it'll be dark where we're going. Oops. So, but there's a lot to think about. You decide to think about stuff. Whoops. Yeah, I'm dizzy. Whoa. Oh, he's got him on the run. Oh, it's the armadillo. Oh, you can't see me. Nope. It's too dark. There wasn't enough sunshine out tonight. Oh, you can see the house in the background a little bit. I think he's chasing that armadillo. It's very still out tonight. I wish you could see. You can't see the moon or nothing. Nope, it's just dark. Well, drat. Can you all see anything, any lights at all with the camera? I'm curious. There are lights up on the hill, and I'm curious if this camera picks them up. Yep, I'm going back in the light. Whatever it is, Duggar can chase it. It's the armadillo. Get him, Duggar. Dang armadillo dug down into the ground. And of course I had to step in it. A big old hole. So I don't like armadillos too much. That's how that goes. I don't like armadillos too much. There's not too many things in the world that I don't like, and armadillos is one of them. Now, if they was out somewhere, if he would go up the damn hill, but no, he's got to dig holes right around the shed, right around the truck, and right here in the front yard, and to where if I walk, I trip in one of the holes. San Diego was flooding. Oh, I missed the 20. Here, let me catch up. Pretends we're Heinz Ketchen. So for many of those of you who are watching, that is sort of the end of part 1. Even though I don't split the videos up, that's sort of the end of part 1 with some of my explanation and whatever. So this being part 2 of the trippy part of the Ranolazine is just some more conjecture about tripping and things, just to like if I was to split this video up, this is where I would make the break, even though it's still all related and it's still talking about the same subject. So, but anyway, so with this extra trippiness, is my smoking weed? Then the answer is yes. But is this smoking weed affecting the trippiness? Yep. So, because when I just walked to let Duggar out, I was like, man, y'all didn't know, but I had staggered a couple of times, and I was like, that's got to be the drug. But I have hit this a couple of times, but I'm not really stoned, just got a good little buzz going on. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Many prayers back at you there. Did you get lots of, oh, that ain't for me. So the heart nurse today asked me questions. Are you drinking? No. Are you doing this? No. Are you doing that? No. Are you doing this? No. Are you doing any kind of CBDs or anything? No. Do you smoke weed? And I was like, they already know that cannabis is in my bloodstream. They already know because they've checked. Okay. So it's sort of redundant, to lie about it. And I said yes. And she just very calmly didn't say anything and said, a joint or a pipe? It was like, what? And I said, pipe. She goes, okay. And I tried to explain it. I said, I smoke small amounts. And she goes, doesn't matter to me. And just on she went. I was like, okay, So, but yeah, and one of the doctors went down my list of steps and he goes, oh, I see you smoke cannabis, because it's in your bloodstream. And I was like, kind of hard to hide it when it shows up in your blood. There's probably tiny little joints floating around in my bloodstream. There's little tiny bowls that are little groups of weed going through my bloodstream, right? oh man, this guy smokes. I wonder if we could just strain it out and get high, you know? I've been smoking since I was, for the last 50 something years, I've been smoking weed. Oh my God. You know, are my veins lined with THC? Is that's what's keeping me from, in my heart beating correctly? I don't know. I, I question that in that there are times when I feel a little on the slumpy side that I can take a couple of hits of weed and take a deep breath. There's nothing wrong with my lungs, okay? I mean, I got clear lungs. I can take a deep breath, but I can take a deep breath and it still doesn't seem like I'm getting enough oxygen in my system. I can deep breathe all I want to, but my heart isn't pumping enough oxygen into the other side of my heart, right, to keep it up. So, but anyway, in this energetic thing, in my trippiness, I have done this in the past to whatever degree, I don't know. And it's like going into the self hypnosis. Okay. So while you're in the trippy state, you do a self hypnosis. Here's a strange word. You go do a self hypnosis sort of ratification. And what do I mean by that? You ratify who you are. You ratify that there are certain things within you. That you ratify that you understand certain things that are like you have become your core value. Or if you don't have a core value, then you can say, wow, I have this core belief, but I I I, I need to and I want to expand upon it. I want to learn more things about these things that I think are important. My core values of certain things, I got my eyes closed. I can see it in my mind's eye. And oh, by the way, speaking of mind's eye, I was listening to um, Jimmy Church Radio last night, and it was a lady who does things, and I think she's from the UK. And towards the end of the thing, she said, and then there are these children, and I think she said in South Africa, who have been putting on these, and y'all been listening to me. I've talked about this, how they put on these eye patches and they can still see and do and read and function. Well, she's talking about them. And I'm like, and apparently they've been at this school or where they've been doing this, they've been passing out these, like sleeping goggles to these kids, and they've been learning how to see with their third eye with these blindfolds on. Walk around, play, read books, whatever, act normal as they're blindfolded. And I was like, so I've been talking about it, but now she said something about it at the, like it's a 2-hour program. And so it was about an hour and a half in, she starts talking about this. And she mentioned their names and where they were from. And I've been, wanting to find out where, because I've heard it before and I've talked about it before and I saw a video of it. So, and I would like to share that thing. And it might even be on YouTube, but I can't remember who the kids were. So, I would love for you all to see it yourselves. And I would share it and go, you need to pay attention to this. Why? Because people are trying to learn about the extra dimensional thing and stuff. And here are these kids that put on blindfolds and can function just fine. What? Is it a trick? Up to a point. But that's what I've been trying to explain to people for the last several years about learning how to astral project. And you go, well, what's that got to do with tripping on Ranolazine? Well, because when you're tripping, can you astral project? So on this drug, now that I know what its side effects are and what it's actually doing to me, instead of trying to override it and act normal, do I ride the high, as one might say, and find out where the the hallucinations take me? It is this drug opening my eye, internal eye, like LSD and the mushrooms did. It's similar, I can tell you. Is my internal eye opened up? There's sort of it's an odd feeling with it, I can tell you. So, but but by taking my meds, does this get me more connected to the creator because I'm hallucinating? Because the brain thingies, whatever in my brain, are now seeing things, you know? So do I take the ride? Do I ride along? So here I am discussing this with you on live, about this when, maybe I shouldn't be discussing this at all. But see, this is stuff that's mulling through my head like, wait a minute, this is freaking weird. I spent 30 years paying good money to get this, to hallucinate. And here I am, on Medicare and I'm hallucinating. What? So, wait, because all right. So, sort of part two of this. All right. So, other people are taking this Ranolazine without knowing what tripping is. Now, if they started this drug and have been on it for a while, I would bet you that they know what tripping is by now. Now, but how would it affected this little old lady? She was 74 when the report was made, as to the side effects that she was having with the Ranolazine. And it was messing her up, buddy. Let me tell you. And apparently, she was seeing all kinds of fantastic things. And so it's like, I can absolutely tell you, it's been strange. So I've known a bunch of little old ladies over the years, and I've known a bunch of these little old ladies who have heart trouble. Now, I don't know if these little old ladies are taking Ranolazine, but I can now tell you that with some of the little old ladies that were in the theater building before, and when I was working with the theater all the time, and people that I was meeting, little old ladies and old men with heart conditions, and them sort of seeing things, or that things would be different to them and how they saw them. And they would argue with you, no, ma'am, it ain't like that at all. And yes, it is. So it may be that they were hallucinating. I can see where some of these little old ladies, and they threw alcohol in there on top of it. So to where they would, I can see from, this has been many years ago, but I can see where some of these ladies acted peculiar. But if they were on this drug, I can understand why. They were tripping. They were tripping, you know. Oh my God, they was tripping, you know. So there are folks out there who are, hey, how are you, Johan? Is that who it is? Yeah, my glasses are somewhere, but uh, I can almost guarantee it. Scotty Boy put up something. But so anyway, with this tripping theme, you know, are their grandchildren going around stealing their grandparents' Ranolazine so that they can trip? If I was younger and I knew it, I would. Just saying. That'd be swiping a couple of grandpa's pills or grandma's pills. Well, maybe not grandma's. Grandpa's, yeah, I'd swipe a couple, you know. So, how many old people are driving around out there? Literally driving around out there. Yes, I am actually. I am tripping now. Who is this? Taganti Tambak Tayanak? Was I even close? Yes, I am tripping now from it. And I mean, it's it's my heart medicine, for crying out loud. But and that's one of the things is like, so what is it doing to me? How is it affecting my brain thought process? I'm sitting here having taken my medicine early this evening on purpose. Just my second dose is I usually take it about now. But I took it early to see if it would make me feel trippy this evening. Now that I'm aware of it, and absolutely, the answer is yes. So it's like, wow, okay. Now I've been sort of fighting the I don't want to feel trippy, right? Well, now it might be that I want to feel trippy on purpose. You know, I don't want to disregard it and try to make it go away. And oh God, I feel trippy. You know, well, so if I'm going to town or something, now that I know that it is creating hallucinations, I can go along with that. I can get my mind to go, hey, Dave, you know, we be tripping, man. All right, man, we be tripping. Hey, hey, y'all, we be tripping, man. You know, let get and kind of get into it like we be tripping, man. Hey, yeah, we be tripping, man. Hey, yeah, we be tripping, man. Wow, wah, 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 we be tripping, and having a good time versus, oh my God, my brain, I feel like I'm tripping. Oh, what am I going to do? And that's a totally different mindset. The we be tripping, man. Hey, yeah, that kind of thing. You get on that bandwagon, you can get along. But if you be playing like a rabbit and being, calling fear to you, you'd be like, man, I don't know about tripping. I don't know if and so that fear can, them evil beings and things can smell that shit. So, you know, but if you be out there going, we be tripping, man. Hey, yeah, 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 we be tripping, man. You know, that is like, wow, okay, I can sing along with the band, I can get through this, because I be tripping, man. Woo, woo, woo. I be tripping, man. Yeah, come along with the song with it. I be tripping, man. Yeah, yeah. But at the same time, it as part of that, hearing this song and these guys standing in the control room, I be tripping, man. You know, listening to the tracks and trying to put it together, and all the while I be tripping, man. And you can feel that music kind of flow through you. You can feel that vibration like I feel it right now. Lord have mercy. I can feel the vibration. So you say, well, Dave, I think he'd be tripping, man. Do you think he'd be tripping? I don't know. Look at this guy over there. I think he'd be tripping, man. He be tripping, man. Hallelujah. He be tripping, man. Bring it on. Hey, I be tripping, man. He be tripping. He be. He be. He be. He be, don't you? He lives down the street. He be. He be tripping. You know, um, I knew a guy by the name of Max Crap. For real. Max Crap. How you doing, Johan? We cool cats. We that old. Yeah, there you go. We used to the best. Yep. So, but anyway, so in life, after 71 years, and I don't have any I don't have anybody that I got to take care of other than the cats and Duggar and myself, and a little bit of this and that on the side. So, I don't have responsibilities, which is a good thing, because I'd be tripping, man. You know, so I'm being careful with my meds always, but knowing that this I can actually take my med at a certain time and it will give me tripping feelings, not just in feeling it. So I'm going to be taking my meds. So at the same time that I take them, I want to utilize the time that I be tripping to see if there's any like extra access to the thought process in the in the in the quantum. Is there, because it does seem like when I be tripping that I got a better connection with my spirit guides, for example. It feels and sounds a little cleaner and a little more concise. It's like, the connections usually, most of the time, is a good, clear connection. But in anything like radio, with anything in the universe, there is static that kind of gets caught in there, and you can hear a little something in the speaker making a growl. But when you get what's considered a clear signal, there ain't nothing wrong with that signal. That puppy is boom. It is crystal clear. It is a clear. You got a clear signal, yes. And honest to God, not just with a little bit of fuzzy. No, you got right on the dot a clear signal. Okie dokie. So with this, it's like right now, I feel like there are, my insides. I'm really connected to my insides. Now, I know this shit, but there's something that's going on right now that's like, no, Dave, you're really connected to your insides. I know. No, Hawkeye, you are really connected to your insides. Yeah, I know. Hawkeye. What? You really? Yeah, I know. It's about my insides, right? Yeah. You really? Yeah, I know. I'm really I know to my yes. I got it. It's almost like it feels almost like a compulsion. Okay. It's like we really like this feeling. Let's get the world to go that in and out thing again. Let's watch that and see how it makes us feel. Or do I really want to experience any of this? Well, it is my heart medication after all. And I got a whole bottle of these, prescription pills that I'm supposed to take for my heart. So I take them and utilize the hallucination part of my day. Like, ooh, take my pills with a cup of coffee or two, and ooh, I'm really tripping now. So let's go riding around on my John Deere tractor. you know, it's off the road. We can go have fun. Or let's watch us something, or let's meditate, or let's go sit under a tree, or let's go whatever it is we decide to do while we be tripping. You know, but during the whole thing, I bought a little book the other day, and it might be that this will be part of it. That this will be, now that I'm aware of the feelings that I'm having and that I've been tripping all this time. So now, why not keep a log of what the tripping is doing? You know, is it opening my eyes? Is it just being a diversion? Possum. We got a few minutes. Oh, we got a long ways for a 20. I'm going to really cheat. Is there anybody else that snuck in that I'm not aware of? Our truth we're getting. Oh, that went by. Oh, hey, Amber Dawn. How are you? I'm as well as possible under the circumstances. Thank you for asking. And I hope you are doing well. And here's a 20, in honor, and like tip a glass, but I'll tip a bowl. So for me in my situation with that I be tripping, it was nice to get confirmation that it just wasn't in my head. I'm seeing things and I've got these visuals going on, and both of the doctors going, nah, don't worry about it. And then when I look online with my cell phone yesterday and to find out that there's this case study, this one woman who's been hallucinating, and holy crap. Did I let him outside? Is he still chasing that armadillo? I'm sorry. Yeah, armadillo. Yeah, that's right. Um, so from my hallucinogenic state, okay, are the things that I'm experiencing actually happening in the universe? Okay. So when I see these pulses happening, is the aura of of things pulsating? So the tree isn't really moving, but the aura of the tree is. Hey, Johan, did I say hi before? So the aura of all of these things is what's pulsating. So the beings themselves are not moving, but energy, their energy is. The tree ain't moving, but its energy is. What the bushes, the lawn, the whatever it is, it's got its own pulse going. They're actually, things seem to be pulsing together. But the grass ain't moving, nor are any of these other things, including inanimate objects like a car. So because a car has an aura, it's a car, you know. Um, but it's not included, you know. It doesn't get a pass. It's got an aura. So it's got a pulse. Its aura is pulsating along with all of the rest of the stuff. So in my mind trying to be theoretical about this, I want to say, yeah, it is the auras that are moving, and I can't help but feel that it's not just my brain perceiving it, it's that I'm actually seeing things pulsating. That things don't pulsate all the time, but when I see it, it's usually this particular rhythm, you know. And it's like, so is this pulsating that I'm interpreting from the universe? I'm feeling it in, down in here somewhere. I can feel that pulse, sort of like the drum beat kind of thing. So what the hell is this? And what the hell does it mean? Well, but Dave, you're hallucinating. Yes, I'm well aware of that, but I can still feel this stuff going on, but you're hallucinating. So, what's that got to do with it? Well, because your mind is making this stuff up. Ah, come on. I see the pulses. I can see that stuff going bing, bing. Don't tell me I ain't looking at it. I can see it with my own two eyes. But you're hallucinating, Dave. And the dog is still outside. Let's go for a walk. You know, it'll get dark for a minute. Let me go let him in. Duggar boy. Yeah, I don't put too many lights on in the house. But see, that's one thing, in talking about those children who, that you, where you been? Those children who can walk around with those blindfolds on, you know, learn how to walk around your house in the dark, and because your brain already knows where everything is. I've talked about this before, but for those folks who, might be looking for more understanding of the universe and more power of the universe, and whether or not you're tripping or not, um, can you connect to your higher self in the universe? What does it mean to connect to your higher self? And why would you want to connect with your higher self in this universe? And why would you do it? Because we'd be tripping. You know what I mean? It's like, so now what? So now what? I'm going to eat a chocolate donut in front of y'all. Because these pills give a bad aftertaste. And it gets to the point where chocolate chocolate is about the only thing that'll really take this taste away in my mouth. And so, and them little chocolate donuts are just the bomb. But and that really helped with the dryness and the taste and everything right there. So, love my chocolate donuts. But so, in tripping, I don't know, you don't have to raise your hands, but, I've had my hundreds of trips on various drugs and mushrooms. This is different. And what I'm finding out about the trippiness of this is that it's not hard. It's it's very gentle. It's sort of comforting. It's like, ooh, come on, let's gently go a tripping. Versus some of the acid I've had is like, hey, let's go tripping. Come on, buddy, let's go. And this is more like, come on, we be tripping. We be tripping, dude. Come on, man. It's southern tripping. It's mellow tripping, versus let's go party, let's go, do a rave kind of thing. This ain't that. Now I'd be curious. I think this would depend on the person, but I would be curious how, while you be tripping, if you were at a rave, how would this make you feel? For me, I feel like I would, but I'm old too. I think I would be very apprehensive, and like, oh, we be in the boom boom and all the loud music and everything. I would be overwhelmed. I think it would be too much. So that's my take on that part of this be tripping. So this, whatever it's doing to my head, in the old days, I would say that this is a clean high. It's not jumbling it up, and there's there isn't any fear attached with this tripping. And so as I be tripping right now, I'm observing these things going, wow, this is interesting. You know, the last time I did acid, it was really, like super intense and real, like hang on to the steering wheel. We're going for a ride. And this is not like that. But there are times with this, you know, that I be tripping that I feel like grabbing onto the steering wheel and gripping it tightly, which is weird. Is like no steering wheel. So what am I gripping? The lighter. So am I talking about you to be gripping in this? Yeah. So I'm actually doing it with my lighter. Like if I was driving my vehicle, I'd be squeezing that wheel, you know. Not I don't think I'd be running off the road or anything because I came home. Yeah, I went to the doctor and home and didn't have any adverse effects, except I did notice that things were kind of going in and out, right? So I was tripping coming home from the doctor's office. I was tripping while I was in the doctor's office and trying to explain to her that I was tripping, you know. Um, but but as to how it looks and how it feels, so now my observation is during this trippy state, I'm going to observe the world and to see if the how can I explain this? If the pulsing is going on all the time, if there's a regularity to it. In other words, I would like to keep a log. So are my hallucinations really bananas, which is fun in and of itself, I guess, because along for the ride, got to keep my heart right. So, but in doing so, in my observations of the trippiness, um, wait a minute now. So today I saw the energy waves, and they were going, I'll have to figure out a way to describe them, since if I was writing them down, it'd be like the waves were medium. In other words, if the surf's up, the waves were medium. But ooh, the waves were really big and they were really strong, or the pulses were close together, or the waves were really close together. So I can describe these things. So from here on out, with this trippiness, that's what I am going to be doing. I'm always talking about observing your reality and become the observer. So now that I am aware of this, I want to see if I'm actually seeing things. Am I seeing the fourth dimension? Am I actually, through my hallucinations, am I seeing the veil coming down? Am I seeing through the veil? Is there a veil? You know, um, what's going on? Or am I just tripping? Am I just my brain's just having a ball and yeehaw? Is it just tripping? And if so, I'm curious as to why pulses. You know, because usually, like I said an hour and a half ago, anytime that I have tripped or have been around some other folks that have tripped, there's always, if you see something while you're tripping, it's somehow connected to the universe. And you go, well, I was just dreaming that shit up and I saw this in a thing. And then, a week later, they built an announcement to build a new tower somewhere. And you've seen it sort of like a remote viewing thing. So that's a good way. So what I'm seeing or experiencing now, is it like remote viewing? Is my brain, because it's tripping, is my brain connected to the quantum, which I know it is, and it's seeing other things and experiencing other stuff while I'm talking to y'all, because my brain be tripping. So am I, of course I'm connected to the universe. Is what I'm seeing real? Are the pulses or any of this other stuff that pops in, is that real? Well, to my mind, it is, because it pops in and out, right? But is it is it actually part of the quantum other than just a thought? Is there any matter or any function to that thought? Is there any action attributed to that thought? Could you put action to the thought you just had? Like move it along, or whatever. Um, or is it that we all just be tripping? Now, there have been folks that talk about the matrix, and that we're just all a part of the matrix, you know. And I have tried to stay out of that, because some of the descriptions of the matrix, I think people get a little too much out of it. Like, you can move into the fourth dimension anytime you want to. Well, if you had moved to the fourth dimension and had been taught, then yes, you could slip into the fourth dimension. But coming from the fourth dimension back to the third, that's hard to do, and it requires a lot of energy. So, somebody that wants to come out of the fourth back to the third, or somebody trying to get to the fourth dimension, is going to kick a few rocks along the way trying to learn. It just is what it is. So, for the last 15 years, I've been listening to the rapture's coming. Well, that ain't happened. Well, this is going to happen with the aliens. Yep. We're all going to be on another planet, you know, a sister planet that looks a lot like this one, but ain't. There's going to be a giant spaceship, you know. There's going to be all these things, and I'm still waiting, you know. I would love that these things happen. I would love to see a spaceship come by and say, you know, hey, Dave, you want to ride? You damn right I do. You're going to bring me back, right? Yeah, okay, all right, I'm coming. You know, be right there. If I got to crawl on my hands and knees to get in that spaceship, I'm going to go for a ride. I want to experience what it's like to swoop and be off. That's just got to be cool as hell. You know, I want to be an alien for a day. I want to be a gray just flying around in a spaceship, you know. I'm not into probing nobody or whatever, but I would surely like to fly around and, you know, go pick up somebody or something. It's like, woo, let's go levitate that kid in that bed over there. He's coming with us. Really? Yeah. We implanted him a few years ago. We got to check him. We got to check on him. Okay. So you can go get this kid out of the bed and bring him into the spaceship and do all the things they need to do. And they're not hurting him. You know, they actually are checking on an implant and, you know, and then back into his bed. I would love to see that shit. I would love to watch it. You know, not that I want to really abduct somebody, but I would love to see how one of these, how one of these, this bunch of critters do it. I want to watch, you know, like not necessarily like a pervert, but I mean, I want to watch, you know, I want to see how you did that stuff. So, you know, that's my cranky mind. I want to experience some of this stuff. So, yeah, I want to go on a ride in a spaceship, you know, because, you know, that would be a trip. That would, to me, to go riding around in a little sport model spaceship or a mothership, you know, doesn't matter really. Um, as long as we take a loop around the solar system once, you know. I don't care what ship it's on, but to experience it, to actually be in space on a spaceship. Now, I'm thinking about being on a spaceship with, you know, the Charistus group, and you know, we're sort of humanoid. See, he scares the crap out of me when he does that. Oh, hush, hush, Duggar, calm down. Middle of So, but with that said, though, we're coming up on a. Well, we got 10 minutes for a 20. I'm going to have to, you know, not do a 4 hour tonight with this, but because how many data points and stuff I've been using with the cell phone here and how it hooks up anyway. So, and it just reconnected me. So that's telling me I've been on for 2 hours. It doesn't, you know, when I hit 2 hours, it reconnects or something. But anyway, so, and I'm trying not to keep my videos, you know, because I'm renowned for doing 4 hours. Oh, I just lost my digger. Doggone it. Since I didn't know I moved it, I don't know where it's at. Oh, drat. I'll find it. But so, to the universe, does it matter? You say, well, Hawkeye, what do you mean by that? Well, does it matter that you worry about tripping all the time? Well, now, what do you mean by that? Well, here you are worried about we be tripping. Well, I am tripping. So what's that got? No. I mean, but if you be tripping and you are knowingly, which that's my discussion now, you are knowingly going to take this drug so you can be tripping on purpose. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'm going to take 1,000 milligram, which is my dosage, and I'm going to lay back and see where that takes me. Oh, hush. You hear him over there? Hey, Travis, how you doing? Cut a metal hanger, one of the real cheap, normally paired. For your bowl, too. Oh, you talking about me? Yeah. I got several entrenching tools and stuff, and sitting here in my little spot, I got a little niche notch place where I put this, but if I hit the table, it will literally flip up and end up down on the floor somewhere, and it will show up. But normally, when I hit it, I know that I hit it. This time I hit it, I didn't know that I hit it. So I can hear the ting, I can see where the flash goes, and I can go hunting for it and usually get it within less than a minute. I have no idea where it is now. So this will be an interesting. And see, I consider this a test, right? Because I've talked about, listening to the spirits. Okay, guys, y'all know where that thing is? Yeah. All right. So you got to pay attention to the universe. You got to pay attention to your spirit guides. And you got to go where your heart or that thing inside you leads you, your intuition. You listen to that intuition, you use it, and you go there. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. But then you hone that intuition. That's the ticket. If you're really serious about, continuing on with any kind of soul work or whatever, you've got to learn how to hone your intuition. That would be a good video just by itself. We got 4 minutes to a 20, and I'm putting me a new piece in here. So, but you got to hone your skills. You got to learn how to, tune your radio just right. You got to be able to get that correct frequency and on a clear line. And I mean clear. I don't mean, if you've ever, gotten a sure enough clear signal, honest to God, there's no static, there's no nothing. And when it hits and you go, holy crap. And the sound comes out of your radio or stereo or something, and you go, wow, that's a clear signal there. Well, me being an old radio buff and you know, having listened in with lousy headphones, you know, trying to get a clear signal from a radio station that's far off somewhere so you can get their call signs. We used to, some people still do it, but less now. But we used to do postcards and send them to the radio station. And you say, hi, this is David Null, and I live in Meigs, Georgia, and I was listening to your radio station, KQ, 1090, AM at 3 a.m. at such and such a date. And I got a clear signal all the way down here in Georgia, and you're in Kansas. And I just wanted to say, thank you for your call sign or whatever. Thank you for the music, something. Anyway, you keep it short. Well, sometimes, and I had a buddy that did this, and sometimes they'd send him a T-shirt or a ball cap or something that had the letters of the radio station. And we were like, and then they would say his name. They'd say, Randall Smith, all the way down in Georgia, heard us at 4 a.m, and they promote it. So, it's fun growing up as a kid to try to, I listened to WLS out of Chicago, in Tampa on a crystal radio. I know I've talked about this before, but to get a clear signal on a crystal radio, listening into a channel that's at least 1,400 miles away. You know what? Yep. So that kind of experience, the clear signal, when you get that clear signal, I know I'm really harping on this, but when you get the clear signal from the universe, from your spirit guides, and you know it inside, when you feel it in your gut, you know it's them or him or her or however it works for you. You know in your gut it's right. And between, me having my spirit guides, got 1 minute. Me and my spirit guides have had our ups and downs, but the times they've sent me to the woods and they say, we got a present. Go down here, go over here, go down over here, hot, cold, this, left, right. And I find things in the woods covered up with leaves and stuff. I find deer antlers and things, right? I found a deer head because I was listening in, and they moved me to a particular part of my property, and there was the head of a young buck. And just the bones are just laid out right there. And of all the places I could have wandered that day, here's this buck, and here's the head with the single antler on either side. And it's like, okay, so, but from out of everywhere I could have walked, I walked there. So, it's happened too many times for me. And so that's how you know that your spirit guides ain't bullshitting you. When they actually guide you to something that makes sense to you in some way. For me, it's walking around through the woods. I mean, I could have found it could have been a piece of wood that I found. It could have been an odd shaped piece of something. It could have been anything that I could have found in the woods or not. But the fact that I found that the parts of a deer in his head, laid out on the ground was just like, what? I was not expecting that. You know what I mean? So, but the spirits have guided me at various times in my life. So, but when you trust that instinct, that's my point. When you trust that instinct and you learn how to use it, that's powerful. You talk about a power, you want to develop a power, develop your instinct. Seriously, develop your instinct. Should I do this? Yes or no? There are too many people who say, well, I don't know if I should do this or not. And next thing you know, they stepped in shit, Cheers, everybody. So tripping on Ranolazine and weed. How does it make me feel? Whoopee. I don't want to go walking around. Okay. I'm wobbling in my chair. But it's a cheap high, I got to tell you. And smoking this little bit of weed along with my meds that I took earlier, um, it's fun in here. I'm getting tired and I'm gonna have to get some sleep. But this time when I put myself down to sleep, it's going to be different because now I know what this drug is doing to me, or at least I'm beginning to know what this drug is doing to me from the standpoint of the hallucinations, from the standpoint of the tripping. Is my brain just making this shit up? Or am I physically in my mind's eye seeing what I'm seeing? Now, the woo 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 thing, I think it could very well be that the pulse of what I'm seeing is almost like breathing. It's almost like, it's a little fast for me, but but sometimes it really gets to going, but most of the time it's like, the pulse is doing, doom, doing, doom, doing, doom, and then it gets into doing, 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 the waves. So, but anyway, I'm going to observe it. It's fun. I would not necessarily recommend this to everybody, but if somebody's got angina, there's a good chance that they're taking this drug. So if you're somebody out there, somebody said, "Oh, I got angina," say, you know, "How you doing on that Ranolazine?" And they go, "Well, what do you mean?" Say, "Well, are you tripping?" you know, and you should observe that person if they say they are on it, or maybe even ask them, do you feel like anything surreal or when you take that drug? And just if especially if it's a relative or a dear friend, you might want to find out if they're having these kind of reactions to the drug. Now, they don't say how many people have reported the trippy being the drug made them feel trippy. Now, and I would say to that there are people who didn't know how to say it. Well, how does it make you feel? Well, it made me feel odd. Yeah, but did it make you feel like you were hallucinating? you know, Feeling odd is different, Well, it could give you indigestion or it could, mess with your pooping cycle, you know, might make it hard for you to squeeze one out. Okay, we'll take that. So now I'm taking twice the amount of these little pills to help me with my stool. So we got that covered. But to the point though, these are physical side effects that come with the drug. Like, my potassium level gets dropped when I take a particular drug. And so now I can start eating bananas again to make sure that my potassium level stays normal, which it was today. And that's what I've been doing, is eating a couple of bananas now, where I had been told to taper off. Now it's time for me to eat bananas again. So, there's a time for everything. And sometimes we have to give up something. And it seems like I'm never going to be able to eat bananas again. Well, because of the drug combination, guess what? Now I am required to eat bananas. That's different. It's like, hey, you need to eat a banana. Well, why? Because you're taking this medicine and it steals potassium from you. Ooh, okay. So we learn about things, right? in order to keep our bodies in any kind of, hey, is that a Stewart? 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 Oh man, I can't read that. Hi, Stewart. Anyway, Johnstone. What are we talking about? This I'm talking about the heart medicine that I'm on called Ranolazine, and it's a common heart medication for angina. And one of the side effects is that it is hallucinations. And since I've been taking this drug, I'm hallucinating. And I'm kind of being hallucinating now, tonight, while I'm doing this video. So I'm trying to describe, because I'm an old hippie that did a lot of tripping with LSD and stuff over the years. I'm trying to explain how this feels tripping now versus how it made me feel. Oh, I don't know, Stuart. I'm having a pretty good time. I'm 71 years old and I'm be tripping, man. I'm having a good time. I know there are other folks out there that, the report that I read, the lady, it was in, I was reading reports and reviews and stuff about Ranolazine and the tripping part. And this one lady it really freaked her out. And so for me, a person who has tripped in I actually look like 50. Thank you, Jesus. you know, yeah, why, all my tests came back yesterday and today. Everything came back from my heart test. I don't have cancer. I don't have this or that. My back is trying to do better. So hey, Geraldine, grapefruit can be dangerous. Yes, absolutely. And one of my heart meds, I was reading actually earlier today that grapefruit is like a no-no. You should not have grapefruit. I don't look 50, I look 70, right? And look how long my damn hair is getting. I was when I was doing the show with Robert, I saw this thing on the side and I was like, it almost looks like a fox tail sitting up there on my shoulder. Yeah, it's my damn hair. It is definitely getting long. And I don't know if I'll ever cut it or not. I just, you're 59 and you look 90. you know, um, I've been putting, hemorrhoidal cream on my face because it itches. And I think it's been tightening up my, the butt cheeks of my eyeballs. My eyeballs have butt cheeks. Look at all the cracks. Thought it was a chia pet. Now that's sort of funny. You get a point for that one. Who even knows what a freaking chia pet is? Yeah, spirit is all I care about. Yep, understood. And it's like in this, most of you all have, you look like 14. So how does the world look to you, Stuart, at 17? And if you invert your numbers, in 1-7, I'm 7-1. I'm 71 to your 17. And now I give all youngins a chance. And anybody that's younger than me is a youngin. So, don't take that, but how does the world look to you? Does it look crappy? At 17, are you looking forward to life? Does the future look bright to you, or does it look like we're all going to die? He's not a child. He's old enough. So it's scary to you? Now, Stuart, I know just been around here, but um, uh, does it look scary, or is it that people are presenting the world as being scary? Or can you see through some of the overhype? Oh, we're all going to die. It's all going to be this. And it's like, yeah, okay, calm down. And see, one of my jobs is to help people calm down. Are things a little weird? Could you lose some money? Yet, but calm down. Take a deep breath. Well, what about this and this? Calm down. Yes, it can be scary. Yeah. Can jumping off a cliff be scary? Yeah. But if you got a paraglider on, it's not. Um, if you've got ropes on you and you can rappel down the side of a cliff, then the cliff isn't dangerous. I mean, it depends on, jump on what up, if you jump off the cliff with nothing, well, then, um, there you go. The second one, I forgot what the first and second is. But anyway, in this world, you know, oh, that's what I was saying. So, there are a lot of folks out there presenting how bad the world is and we're all going to die. And I'm here to say, calm down. That's my job. Yes, things are scary, but calm down. I lost my mom to stage 4. Oh man, I'm sorry. So 3 years ago you lost your mom. Did you have a good relationship with your mom? I didn't, and that was her fault, but you know, um so do you have any connection with her now, Stuart? After 3 years, is like, the memory of your mom, is it clear or is it foggy, or am I asking, too much information and being too nosy? Yeah, I'm sorry, Scotty. I I'm sorry to hear about your mom. You're a foster kid. Well, so was I. How about that? How about that? I was a foster kid too, adopted by my uncle. Yep. How about that? And one of my brothers was a foster kid. Me, I was the first. My sister second. My other brother third. Mr. Dennis. We were all farmed out and adopted. So know how that feels. um, I hadn't really intended on it, um, Johan, but I'll tell you, there's only 6 of you out there. It says at the moment, and I would pull a card for you. I would not advertise that I'm pulling cards, but I would pull a card for you. Um, but yeah, at 17, I was living on the street in Tampa, Florida, which, in a sleep in a cardboard box. So if I remember being 17, I hope your situation is not that, you know, um, and save up your money and save up your energy. Figure out what you want to do, what's missing. I mean, at 17, I was like, I don't know what the fuck I want to do. And there are a lot of people who are a lot older than 17 who are still going, I don't know what the fuck I want to do, you know. Um, I would like one. Yeah, BTS fangirl. You ran away 5 times? So is 18 the legal limit, or are you on your own now? I know I'm being way too nosy. Oh crap, who was that who said they wanted? Johan. BTS fangirl. Hi, grandfather. Crap. I don't want to do any actions. Am I still on? Yeah, okay. I was pushed out on the street at 17. Good. Living with your grandparents. Good. Be not to say that you ain't, but be nice to them and be courteous and always give them respect and honor, even if they don't deserve it sometime. But my granny, she helped me out when nobody else could or would. And her picture hangs on the wall after all these years. And she's my granny is still in my heart. You know, take care of your grandparents while you can. And if you're staying with them, then just maybe you got a decent relationship with them. You know, yep, you're right, Johan. Take good care of them. Yep. Not to say that you're not now. Don't get us wrong, but we're trying to emphasize how important it is. You know, there uh if it hadn't been for my grandma, with things that done and said, and to this day she has still helped me. Well, Johan, Yoman, Mr. Dancing Gypsy, Upside Down Eagle. How about that one? Whoops. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't want to get the cards. Let's remember that. Number 1, Upside Down Eagle. Yeah, life does not represent you. You represent life. You know, that seems like a contradiction to itself, but and there are listen to a lot of people, and get different opinions and have discussions with people at your age. Hopefully that at my age there were certain things that I understood that other people just did not get. And so at your age, be young enough to make a good, if you haven't already, make a good connection with Mother Earth. Because learn to do something outside in Mother Nature. If you're not already, learn to do it and get out there and ground yourself and become a part of it. Eagle is spirit, Johan. Eagle fly high, touch great spirit. Share your medicine and touch me and honor me so that I may know you too. Eagle medicine is the power of the Great Spirit, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced within the realm of earth. Eagle soars and is quick to observe expansiveness within the overall patterns of life. From the heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens, where the Great Spirit dwells. The feathers of eagle are considered to be the most sacred of healing tools. They've been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the aura of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief system of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and the completion of the test of initiation, which result in the taking of one's personal power. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows in life as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting's one connection to the Great Spirit. And I was just talking about that a little earlier when I was talking about, you know, you got to learn to trust your spirit guides and your connection to the, and this is the same thing I'm talking about, trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit. And that's good medicine for anybody. Any one of you's all out there, learn to trust that connection to the Great Spirit, and it takes practice and belief and trust, but yeah, that's a big one. Trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle medicine is earned. So eagle medicine isn't just passed on, you got to earn it, Like most medicines, though, you got to earn it. People nickname me the bird whisperer. And so here I am, pick the eagle, which is number one in the book, by the way. And the overall thing for the eagle is spirit. Okay, that's its. If you pull this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage. For the universe is presenting you with an opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The power of recognizing this opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul, your personality, your emotions, or psyche that need bolstering or refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. Eagle being in the clouds can see off in that distance. Is Stuart still with us? I want to say, listen, thank you, Stuart. At 17, you are welcome here, okay? You can hang out with us anytime you want to, all right? I used to hang out with old people all the time. That's how I learned some of the stuff that I learned. So there's a little more, Johan, but I just wanted to say that, yeah, Stuart, you can come and hang out with us anytime, honestly, because we're open-minded here and we're open. We don't care. I don't care if you're 17. There are people here that are, twice, 3, 4 times your age, but we're all here to learn and have a discussion and to have a good time and laugh and make jokes too, So, but I just wanted to say, it might seem like, yeah, we're a bunch of older folks in here at the moment, but you can come hang out with us anytime you want to. If you got something you want to ask about, ask it. We are all learning here. So, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. So what you see right now and you think that's the horizon, there's actually the horizons beyond that. That's what it means, okay? And learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown. attacking your personal fear of the unknown. The wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. That's a hell of a line right there. So, Eagle, all you got to do is just spread them wings, and the energy and the breath of the Great Spirit is going to lift your through. Yeah, thank you, Johan. Age is just a number. So, I got to read that again. In learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported. Okay, if you're not a man, all right, that doesn't matter either. The wings of your soul will be supported by the ever present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. Well, with a name like Stewart, is sort of like us old folks would assume that you're a guy. Okay, sorry about that. Feed your body, but more importantly, feed your soul. Within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky, the dance that leads to flight involves the conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co creating with the divine. So, eagle is that connection to the divine. Oh, I understand. If eagle has majestically soared into your cards, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the element of air. So you need to go outside and breathe. Take some deep breaths. Air is of the mental plane. And we've been talking about mental planes and stuff with, with hallucination stuff. And in this instance, it is of the higher mind. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to it's always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. It is always related to the Great Spirit. All things, are connected because of the quantum. So if you've been walking in the shadows of former realities, this is interesting. Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher and to touch grandfather's son with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light. See the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of the skies. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy your heart desires. So there you go. How about that one, Johan? Walking in the shadow of former realities. Now, that's something that I sort of been, feeling around the edges with this hallucination business. Yeah, does anybody else want a card? Since I did one for Johan, I'm offering to if anybody else wants one. Shannon Lee, hi, how are you? I don't recognize your name. So are you kind of sort of new here? And because if so, then I got a little rule, and you would like one too. All right, Geraldine. All right, so here's the thing. All right, no problem. But for me, I ask if when I come to you and somebody keep who's first and all. Shannon's first, Geraldine is second, and somebody else is third. Um, Fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle. Won't you, spirit, carry me? I want to fly like an eagle. Yep. So, but for to all of you, I ask you when when I go to pull your cards for you to close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hand just a little bit like this, like you're sitting in a classroom and you're raising your hand for the teacher. And that's so it's a physical thing for my spirit guides to go looking for you. All right. So while I'm doing the cards, but anyway, it's a thing that I do. So I ask folks to, when I pull your card, to just be quiet for 30 seconds so my spirit guide can find yours and we can get a good card for you. That's how it's been working for me. So sue me, that's what you got to do. Now you can say you're doing it and don't doing it, but in my head, that's what me and my spirit guides are looking at, Okay, they got their hand up over there. Okay, let's pull this card. This card's for them then. So, but anyway, so, doggone it. Oh, crap. Stop that. I'm on my cell phone and the screen is very small and I'm trying to deal with Shannon Lee. Okay. Give me a second, Shannon. And I want you to be thinking about me. All right. Just, he's going to pull a card for me. That just, and my spirits, they'll be able to find you out there in the quantum. It ain't hard. Oh, you're welcome, Johan. I won't pass. Scotty boy, if you want a card, I'll pull one. You usually hang out with me till the end anyway. So, Shannon, close your eyes for 30 seconds. Think about, whatever you need the cards to be. And just raise your hand for me, a little bit so I can see you out there. They're saying I need to shuffle the deck better. I got to split the deck and turn the cards. If you're new here, yeah, you can have a card too, Miss Stewart. And I mean no disrespect. But so when I split the deck, I turn the cards. There's an upside and a downside to the cards. So you may get a card, but is it right side up or not? And so when I shuffle the cards, I also turn the cards. Yeah, now y'all need to keep track. It's crap. All right, Shannon. Here's your card. Ooh, the deck is hot. Sometimes you get two or three, but The whale card. Wow. Upside down, but the whale card. The deck is telling me there's a second card for Miss Shannon. Ah, and the deer card. One of my favorite cards. Sacred Mountain. Call you Olivia. Sir Lawrence Olivier. All right, the cards say that's it. Okay. So you get two cards instead of one. So the important one for you, Miss Shannon, is the whale card. All right. And whale song. So think about that. The whales are ancient. And I'm fixing to read a little bit about it to you right now. But the whales are ancient. They hold the ancient wisdom of the earth. All right. That's what native folks believe. And so if you have any kind of whale medicine, that is like the epitome of earth energy to me. But whale is the record keeper. Okay. So, whale of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages are heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our worlds began. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. In other words, they came from outer space, okay? Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago, probably. In tribal legend, whales move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the ocean. Now, there's a lot of, Lemuria. Yeah, remember that? Well, no. But so whales have been around for a long time and there's a lot of history. So, all of our petroglyphs speak of the motherland, Mu, and the disaster that brought the red race to North America from the west beyond the great waters. The symbols in the petroglyphs speak of the rivers and mountains crossed by our ancestors when they sought solid ground as the water receded. Whales saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, which is North America, and has kept the records and the knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all ways and all races in order to survive. And we're sort of in that situation right now where we're all going to die, kind of thing. So interesting that you got the record keeper, but it was upside down. So I'm going to go to the contrary part of whale. So if whale has breached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or your own homing device. Yeah, homing. Yeah. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive. to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get to your personal records. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. Other sounds to enter the silence, like maybe bells or a gong or a rattle or something. And it says here the drum or the rattle, the Indian flute, or the sounds of nature may help you to find your sound. The call of whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. You ever been to the ocean and just floated, you know? Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead you to your own personal pathway of knowing. Shannon, I hope this makes sense to you. Contrary Whale is saying that you must desire to know. And that's really true in a lot of instances. That we were talking about that earlier. You got to want it. It does make sense. So, but the contrary whale is saying that you must desire to know. Whatever it is, you got to really want it, you know? You must seek the whale song within you. Oh, think about it. In hearing whales call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. That says cellular, and I mean that, but we mean from physics on a quantum level, and then as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you will begin to open your unique library of records. Now you're new here, but in this, they people talk about the Akashic records all the time. Well, that's great, but we all have our own personal Akashic record. People talk about, ooh, I went into the Akashic record, blah, 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 blah. We have our own records, each personal record, and we need to learn how to access that. And that's what the contrary whale is saying. Make sure that you connect with your own Akashic record. Opens your unique library of records. It may not come all at once. It may take practice, and it will, but you hold the desire to know. You hold the desire to know close to your heart. It will be whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation, to the Sirius star, and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of the whale. So they're actually asking you to give thanks to a star out in the sky. How about that? And the Dogon people believe in the Sirius, and that they came from Sirius and so forth. Now, deer, both of these cards were upside down. Not that that's bad, but deer is one of my favorite cards. It's number 4. And deer is gentleness. Dear, so gentle and loving you are. Now, this is still for, doggone, I keep forgetting your name. Anyway, the flower of kindness and embrace from afar. So Fawn was looking to go to see the Great Spirit and started up the trail to the Sacred Mountain, and there's this big, mean, nasty ogre, a demon, and one of the meanest, ugliest, nastiest you'll ever see. And so, blocking the path for Fawn to get up the trail. So Fawn finally, gets close to the demon and melts the demon's heart to the size of a walnut. And so now, because of Fawn's lack of fear, and because through Fawn's gentleness with the demon, instead of fighting it, trying to kill it or whatever, literally just, blinked its eyes and melted its heart, and that was that. So deer teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings who are trying to keep us from Sacred Mountain. So deer in the contrary position indicates that you are courting your fear by fighting the internal demons of negative ideas. That's interesting. This is a clue to you that force is not always the best method, and I can attest to that. Trying to force it ain't gonna go. You may not be willing to love yourself enough to feel your fears. That's an important thing. You say, well, what is Hawkeye talking about? You got to love yourself enough to feel your fears? Yeah, because you have to own up to it. You have to be honest with yourself. You say, well, I'm not really scared of that, when actually you may be. So you got to be honest. So you got to feel your fears and let them go. You may be projecting your fears on others. It may also be others whom you fear. How about that one? Reminding you of a time when you reacted to life in much the same manner. At any rate, love is the key. The only true balance to power is the love and compassion of deer. Be willing to find things to love around yourself and others. What can I find? Instead of hating somebody, what can I like about them? I mean, seriously. Well, they dress nice. Well, but he's an asshole. Yeah, okay. So, but he does something. But anyway. And, be willing to find something to love about yourself and others, and your demons will melt away. Your fears cannot exist. This is a good one. Your fears cannot exist in the same place that love and gentleness abide. Period. Your fears can't be there if love and gentleness are there. I'm sorry to hear that, John Stone. Remember, Fawn can teach you many lessons about unconditional love. In its true application, unconditional love means that no strings are attached. So it's our international love for us all that keep us connected. So, okay, that was for Miss Shannon. Geraldine, are you still there? You're next. But Jesus overturned the tables. I'm with you on that one. All right, give me half a second, okay? Let me get something to drink. I've been wanting to light this cigarette for the last hour. Shannon, did that make any sense to you? But deer is one of my favorite. If deer shows up, um, in our teachings, if you will, the creator is literally a half a thought away. I mean, literally, spirit is right here all the time. We don't have to go looking or chasing anything down. The creator and the energy in the quantum is around us all the time. Good, Shannon. Thank you for your first time here. I think I'm glad it made sense. Yeah, and deer, because here's the thing. Deer cleared the way to the top of Sacred Mountain to Great Spirit, which is the same thing if you're Christian. You believe that Jesus died for our sins. So in a way, deer has opened the way to heaven, and it's clear if you believe it. And so if you followed that in that, now deer said, the way is clear. There are no demons. So if the demons try to come, he said, ain't no, I'm not afraid of you. Not going to go there. And so, but if you believe that there's no way I can get to Spirit Mountain, it's so full of demons and I'll never make it, well, then you might not. So starting out with the good thought of deer has cleared the way, which means like Jesus dying on the cross, he supposedly died for our sins to clear the way. So it's very close together in that's what it means. So, but anyway, I can wait. You can do me another time. No, I'm fixing to do you right now. I just want to hit my bowl and light the cigarette. I'm fixing to do your cards. Just hang on a sec. It's been a long evening for me. And I don't mind. I'm just saying. So, Geraldine, be thinking on what you. I'm going to shuffle the cards here in a second. And I can't remember who else said they wanted a card. But after Geraldine, somebody say who it is. And I'll pull a card for you. Okay. As long as my phone holds out, and as long as I hold out, I'll pull cards for whoever might want one. Okay. I'm shuffling them right here on top of the book in front of the thing. So, all right, Miss Geraldine, close your eyes for a minute and think about whatever it is you think you might. When you close your eyes, you should just ask the spirits, have Hawkeye pull a card that's appropriate for me. Give me a card that will help me out. Just that should be your mantra while you're closing your eyes. So now I'm fixing to select your card, and this is for Geraldine. And let's see what this card is. Interesting. Let's see. That was early on in the deck. It's the first card out. If there's a second, the first card out is Turtle. Let's see. Is it that one or this one? Sweet Geraldine, life never looked so good. No, sweet Caroline. Never mind. We're singing to the tune of one and the other. All right, so Miss Geraldine, Turtle number 10. It's been a while since I pulled Turtle. That's good. There are a lot of messages in the cards, and it used to be that Coyote was showing up a lot, and this one was showing up a lot, and for me, it was like, are my fingers like getting stuck to these cards or something? And it was like over time, it's like no. So to see that that there's still a change up that after doing these cards that turtle shows up, which is not one of the favorites in my pullings. So, but turtle, great mother, feed my spirit and clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. Turtle is Mother Earth because, if you've ever heard of Turtle Island, so that's where are referring to in this. So in native teaching, turtle is the oldest symbol for planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy and the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of the earth, and to her soil our bodies will return. Well, some of us will. In honoring the earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. It's the recycled thing. It's the cycle of stuff. It's the cycle of life. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth's protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, creation of new land masses by volcanoes, and by climate alterations. Like turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt. It protects you from hurt and envy and jealousy and the unconsciousness of others. I really like that sentence. The unconsciousness of others. There are some people who will blurt out stuff and they really ain't thought about it. That's the unconsciousness of others, And so, with the protection of turtle shell, and of this energy, then you can protect yourself from these things. And it's like, yeah, well, but somebody is, envy or what was the other, jealousy and hurt. You got a tough shell. Forget about it. Turtle moves on a little slow, but forget about it. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside, yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you. Honor the creative source within you. To be grounded to the earth and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represent Turtle's two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. So, number one, if you're being attacked, go inside within your shell and, and find yourself, Then if you have to, if you're being, give a warning snap, right? So, turtle medicine, in learning to ground yourself, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. So, in being grounded, and folks who are sometimes not grounded, they're moving around too fast. And they say, well, I was outside jogging. Yeah, but you were jogging. Did you stop and just sit on the grass or on the ground or something? Well, no, because I was jogging, right? So you were running across the ground, and every time you touched the ground jogging, you connected, but not for long. You know what I mean? So Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river. I love that. As evidenced by the plodding pace that it keeps. Turtle buries its thoughts like its eggs in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out into the light. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of Earth and the mother goddess within. So, Geraldine, this is you. You're going to be checking with that mother goddess within you. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created, ask her for assistance, and abundance will follow. So there you go, Geraldine. Who's next on the list? I'm not paying attention. Did that help you in any way, Geraldine? Um, I pulled this other card. I wasn't sure, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at it, and a bit emotional. Well, how about this one? There was a second card to the turtle card, and I pulled it and flipped it up and looking at it. And since ain't nobody raising their hands for a card, I'm let me read this. It's owl, and owl is deception. How about that one? Owl magic omens time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception in silent flight, the sacred medicine bird. So, owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Owl is called the night eagle on several medicine wheels used by American teachers. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. So it talks about Athena and how the owl was her friend, and how so. But the whole thing about owl is that owl, because it sees in the dark, there are some tribes. I had some owl feathers one time when I went to a powwow, and they wouldn't let me in. They would not let me in. And I was like, why? You have owl feathers, and they're called deceiver feathers. And they think that if you're wearing owl feathers and have owl medicine, then you might have black magic with you. And there might be deception that follows you or whatever. And that owl is also, um, can, harbingers of bad medicine, you know. And it's like, well, don't blame it on the owl if the owl brings bad messages to you. It's the message that should be blamed, not the owl. So if owl is your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how they try to disguise or try to hide it from you. So be careful, So I say be careful, use that owl medicine, don't let folks deceive you. That's what I mean. Um, if you are unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities for granted. So some people don't know they actually have this gift. So, but the owl medicine is, be aware of deception of other folks to you. Others never do. You may frighten other folks and reflect their blindness back to them for you cannot be fooled. Owl medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than that person knows about him or herself. If you pull the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing through to the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. So that, Geraldine, was the other card that they asked me to pull for you. And you know, for me, to anybody, it's like mom was scared of you. Wow. Screw cultures, true men protect women, period. That's true. Even the cranky ones. I've known some cranky women in my time, and it's just like, you still try to help them. I'll open the door for them, or, and even some of these feminazis that are out there, it's like, so again, true, huh? So, Geraldine, those two cards were good. Hey, so did did the cards hit it on the nose? I was going to say, did I? But, I know I'm the one picking them, but my spirit guides are the ones that are helping me to pick them, you know? Feminazi, yeah. And some of these women are, man. You want to open the door for them, and don't you do that, and blah, blah, blah. Not recently, Johnstone. You're welcome, Miss Geraldine. I'm glad. And later the thing is after reading these cards for you, you know, they mean something now, or they, strike a chord or something. But for me, it's what it does to you in a couple of days. That something comes up or happens, and you realize that, oh, that's deception, or oh, that's the owl, or maybe you see an owl, or something would happen. um I'm trying to go to the gym. Because of my back surgery and my heart condition, I have to be careful, but I'm trying to get back to it. Why, Scotty boy, you got a big ass? Or do you have tiny buns? My tiny buns are better known than even Vanna White's. I stand up day and night 'cause my jeans are too tight. I grunt when I get my swell on so everybody. So I went into a shell and just shut up and watched. But I'm changing. I've never text and get involved. Well, being on the inside of your shell, you got to come out. You can't stay in there all the time. I mean, not just you, but I mean, in general, turtle will die and starve to death. So got to come out. But, being in there to contemplate and not necessarily to hide, you go inside to contemplate. It's like, all right, what's my next move? I'm going to sit here and watch things go by, but I am contemplating my next move or next several moves, whatever it might be. I'm doing 55 pounds on a pull down bar. I do 10 of the 40. That's pretty good reps. Are you timing yourself when you do it? Does anybody else want card while I'm sitting here and we're, taking a break? I'm glad the cards helped. I am. It makes me proud and humbled in the universe that, I can be of service in that way, as a 71-year-old man who's like, so what do I have left to give in my life? So if taking the cards and doing card readings and it helps another person somewhere out there, like you, then, that's my gift. Yes, to understand people and to not judge why they do what they do. Yeah, you got to that forgiving part. It depends on who's done what to you. you know, there's been some stuff I'm still trying to forgive. Catherine, my supposedly grandmother. I'm still trying to forgive that witch. All of us boys and girls in the family, we were all like, nah, she's not our real grandmother. Because a real grandmother would not do that to her grandchildren, what she did to us. But anyway, uh, but after all these years, I'm like, Dave, you got to forgive Catherine. And you know what my response is? Well, one of these fucking days I'll get around to it. That's my response. After all these 50 years, it's like, well, one of these fucking days I'll get around to it, but anyway, only 71. My mom's almost 86. Yeah, compared to her, I am a spring chicken. And I'm trying to feel that way. It's like we're talking with some of my other folks, and they go, well, you gotta, you're in a really good mood. And I was like, well, why shouldn't I be? I'm alive. My heart, I have a heart condition. Okay. It's fairly serious. I got 3 valves that are leaking. I've got 2 blockages. I'm on a boatload of medicine. That's why the Ranolazine is one of the medications that, that's why I'm having this conversation. It makes me trip. It gives me hallucinations. So welcome to my world, you know. And I'm trying to describe some of it as sort of why I'm here, but also in that if anybody is out there in the universe and they do a type in Rosolum, yeah, I can't say it now. Um, um, Age is just a number. That's right. We welcome anyone of any age, you know. We welcome anybody. I mean, you got to be a total jerk for us to ban you, you know. And I don't know if we have banned anyone in a long time. We were getting hit by some folks who were dropping the porn thing and other stuff. But I'm very proud of the folks that come in and hang out in our chat room, and we welcome anybody to have conversation with us. And it's up to you if you feel like your fingers can type or not. And so, or if you find something you want to respond to, we got a question, got it, whatever. You banned a person last week? Really? Here? Who was it? Did I miss it? I must have, wasn't paying attention. I can't see the screen real good. Oh, that church guy. Yeah, he was a little on the rude side. I don't care to have conversation with these folks. I don't. You know, they want to talk about the Bible or this or that, or, you know, back in the day, folks were calling me a heretic. And I was told by Mother Mary that people would call me a heretic. So I'm like, I'm ready for it. You know, go ahead, call me whatever you think you need to call me. Uh, call me on the line. You can call me anytime. Call me. Yeah, protect right back at you, Miss Geraldine. I got to get ready for a doctor's. Well, you know, get ready. And I just got done with my doctors. So, you know, good luck to you. And, you know, peace be upon you, my brothers and sisters, always. Yep, all are welcome. Absolutely. Yeah, disrespect is not accepted. That's true. Yep. Be honorable and respectful to each other. That's our, I guess, our biggest thing. We can disagree. We don't have to agree, you know. We can disagree, but we can do it politely. That's all. And that's one of the things in talking with a friend of mine. I always talk about this friend that I know. Well, I don't use his name because he's shy that way. But in having our conversations, it's like, what can we do for the world? What can we what can we do for the world? How, you know, we both want to save the world, you know, but how do we do it? You know, do we start a co-op? Do we do what do we do to help save the world? And it was like, you know, so I said, you know, what I'm being led towards, and he was asking me, so, you know, what is your mission? And my mission goal is to, you know, has been to not necessarily sell the Christ consciousness thing, but that is what it is, you know. It boils down to, I want to see, what do we want? We want to see peace on the earth. Well, what did Christ say when he was walking around? Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. So, and I spoke about this before in another video. That's what we need to spread. If we start meeting each other and go, peace be to you, my sister, peace be to you, Travis, peace be to you, you know, John Stone, peace be to you, Scotty Boy. So for every time you say peace be to you, peace is being spread into the quantum. The word peace is being put into the quantum. So, and the meaning is that peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. So it's like, for now, one of the things that, you know, is that it was a tradition to, you know, touch the casing of the door as you went into a house and say the words, may peace and blessings come to all who enter here, and then go on in the house. So, you know, peace be unto the all who enter here. Wow. So touch the, you know, touch the casing of the door. How hard is that to do? You know, I mean, I don't know about how many places you go in and out of houses, but the idea that when you meet folks, that you say something like, peace be to you, or peace unto you, or have a peaceful day, you know, instead of having a great day, have a peaceful day, you know, may peace come to you today, or something, you know, but throw that peace thing out there. Well, you know, well, it sounds like being hippie, but with the wars and stuff that's going on, what do we want? We want peace. How do we do it? We spread it to our brothers and sisters like a virus. We do it slowly. and we do it one at a time. Peace be to you, Travis. Well, I ain't never had a boyfriend, nor do I ever want one. Friends, that's fine, but not relationship material for myself. Yeah, right, Scotty boy. Love carries the weight. But you can say a bunch of stuff. But in studying this, and I have studied it. Hey, Ranger, how you doing? I asked my brother for a booklet. He said brochure. For sure, brochure. You know what I am? I'm old. I think I've been neutered. I hear a dog barking. Oh, that's Duggar over there. He is in the house. So, but the trippiness, going back to my original conversation, the title of this program, the trippiness, seems to be wearing off a little bit. I took it 7 hours ago, and it's supposed to be. Um, the half life of the drug is 12 hours. So, in other words, it's out of your system. So, that's why they insist that you take 2 of these a day. Hey, Miss Sheila, how you doing? Is the creek still rising, Miss Sheila? Yep. But yeah, so in contemplating the things that I talked about earlier about, and some of you were, uh, not here for the conversation, as it were. Um, that I'm wondering, I think I'm after having this discussion with y'all this morning. I think I've sort of, made up my mind that I'm going to use the opportunity, since I know that these drugs are making me hallucinate. Um, I'm going to use the drug, and while it's making me feel trippy, I'm going to do some meditation and some stuff, you know, and see, because having had years of trippiness, and I went through a period where I was tripping every single day for about a month. I mean, every day I was taking a hit of acid, and sometimes a hit and a half, because I had blotter and I could cut the blotter in half. And so I would take a whole piece, or I'd take a half a piece, depending. Yeah, I love talking to different people too, especially, the people that show up here. We got people in the UK, we've got folks in British Columbia, British Canada up there. Is it British Columbia? Yeah, I guess. But anyway, we had a person up in Hawaii, up in Alaska. We've got folks in the lower 40, lower 48 or so. Um, Somebody I think is in Aruba, wherever that may be. I forget. Down in the South Seas Islands. But we got folks from all over the place, and that to me is like, I started this channel just to sort of vent, And after all these years later, with almost 600 people, and there was a new person who subscribed yesterday, and I'm like, we're almost at 600, you know. I never thought there'd be this many people that would subscribe to my channel. And so I'm very grateful, God bless y'all and keep up the good work, because we are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. We absolutely are. The fact that we think a little bit alike, we're all members and we know it. And thanks for understanding that. We understand that we're connected to the quantum. We understand that there is a connection between us. We understand that and we believe it and give thanks to the Creator for it. But what about religion, Dave? What about it? Now, for those folks of you who've been around for a long time with me, have you ever heard me use the word worship? And me and you are down here in the backwoods of Georgia. Yep. Sure enough. Down here in the backwoods of Georgia, Absolutely. Yep. And I'm walking around a little better, Miss Sheila. So, I've been wanting to get back down to the creek, to the river, but ain't made it recently. And I know that when I go, I'm going to have to carry my cell phone with me because I am not going to trust myself going down to the river if I can go. Because we may not be able to make it back. The last time me and Duggar went, I was praying to the gods. I was like, y'all gonna get me back to the house. I was like, angels come down here and pick my ass up. I need help getting back to the house. It was a lovely trip down to the river, but I don't remember the trip back. It was just get me home, country roads. And, thank you, Jesus, after 40 years of living on this place, I can make a beeline to the house when I need to. Now, I did go through some brambles and get my feet wet, but if to not have a heart attack back there in a bramble patch is worth it to get back to the house. So but but anyway, but now that I know that this Ronaldo stuff is actually making me hallucinate. Literally, what a trip. Who would have thought that at 71, my heart medicines were giving me free trips as a bonus? Hey, Dave, yeah, you want a trip? Well, I don't know. I haven't done any of them kind of drugs in a long time. Well, but take some of this stuff. Well, what is it? Well, it's heart medicine. Yeah, well, I know I got a bad heart, but no, we want you to take this drug right here. We want you to take this Ranolazine. This right here will trip your ass right out. And it ain't going to cost nothing because Medicare is going to pay for it. Really? Yeah, there's like 60 tablets in here. No shit. Yeah, and you take one of these twice a day, you'll be messed up all day long, brother. Really? Yep, Medicare paid for it. Wow. And they give this stuff away? Yeah, they give it to a lot of people who have, angina. My pretty angina, I got a cat named Leia Willie. Oh, that pretty angina. I'd trade you my clonidine for a few of them. I think I'd take that too, or something like it, Scotty. But it's like So, along with as I've been studying more after over a year now, I'm still learning stuff about the heart. Um, and I wish they had better classes. I wish they had classes. You go to the doctor and it goes, well, now maybe there are other heart doctors that describe things better and, with a plastic heart and a model, uh, you know, and the blood gets pulled in from here and it goes through here and does it and it goes out there. Well, I've not had that. And so there are a lot of different words that go along with this. So they say, they're and this inhibitor is calcium related, and blah blah blah, and this one, well, what the hell's an inhibitor? Did you stop and explain that? Well, no. Well, you're supposed to sort of know some of this stuff. Well, I don't. You know, Slow down. Tell me what this means. And okay, so that's what it means. Now, what does it do? What does it affect? Well, it affects this thing and the blah blah blah. Yeah, but doesn't this drug do it? Yeah, but it does it on a different label because this one is an inhibitor with calcium stuff, and this one is up here with something. Oh, but you got to take them both. Really? Yeah. Okay. And just this particular combination. So, but in thinking about this, I'm thinking, how many, literally millions of people are taking this drug? Okay, I am used to. Well, I haven't for the last 25 years had any kind of acid or mushrooms or anything. But to after all these years to be tripping again and to be hallucinating, I'm thinking to myself, how many other people in America, not in the world, because in the world, this combination of drugs, including this one, is for angina. It's common worldwide. This is how you treat it with these particular drugs. How many of them folks be tripping? How many of them folks, grandma's out there on this drug and she be tripping, you know, and she can barely see over the dash, but she be tripping. And she's, 75 years old and can barely see over the dash. So she be tripping. So, but how many other people are taking this combination, this drug, and how is it affecting them? Do they know what hallucinations are? Do they know what it? Do they know what it is? They may be feeling weird, but how did they describe it to their doctor? I know, you know, I be tripping, doc. That's what I said as he left the office yesterday. As I followed him out, I was like, Doc, I'm still tripping off this stuff. I just want to let you know. So tomorrow I call his office and talk to his nurse to straighten something else out. But I want to let her know, say, listen, he needs to read up on this about the Ranolazine because it makes you dizzy. I have literally collapsed and hit the floor. Don't want that, you know. So if I'm going to take this drug at this dosage, then I'm going to be careful when I take it, because I know the side effects. So some people say, well, you should read the side effects before you ever take the drug. That's true. But at the same time, I don't want to read the side effects of a drug and get it in my head that, oh, you might get an upset stomach, or oh, you might get a headache, or no. I want to take the drug and see how I feel. And if it makes me feel a particular way or changes me, Then I will look at the, you know, the list of stuff that maybe, you know, people have complained about a particular drug. So why? Because I don't want my brain to get preconditioned. Well, you might get diarrhea if you take this drug. Well, I don't want to read that. I'm going to go ahead and take the drug, and if and within a couple of days I get diarrhea, then I'm going to check and go, oh, that's one of the side effects. Well, guess what, doc? I can't take this because it gives me diarrhea. You know, so and that is one of the official side effects. So there you go. I didn't get diarrhea on my own, right? So, but after all these years of taking all these different drugs, it was like when I first started on this particular drug and I started having issues, instead of taking two, I only took one in the evening at night. So my issues of daytime stumbling, bumbling was reduced. And I wasn't taking the Ranolazine in the morning time. So I wasn't falling down and doing those things either. But I'm still tripping. Even having only had one dose today, I'm still tripping. And it's been 7 hours, almost 8 hours since I took that dosage. So, I've been having a fun time this whole time. And, I noticed I kept interrupting Robert but there were certain things they just wanted me to say. And I was like, damn, I hope I wasn't too rude. But I noticed that I was being not necessarily pushy, but more into it tonight. And I had just taken the meds before I went on to Robert's show tonight. So, how are things with you, Michelle, and with the little one? Why are we now talking about poop? I'm not. Are y'all? Oh, I missed it. I didn't have my glasses on, and it's only this much on the screen. So if somebody comes in, it scrolls up, and I can't read it. So, and trying to make it scroll back up is almost impossible here on this thing. But I still like my cell phone though. But so anyway, in the complexities of things, there are so many combinations of medicines for people. Now, for me, with all I went through yesterday and today, and it all turned out basically good, that I still have a fairly significant heart issue, and I still have to take these medicines, you know, and there are things that they can do for me, but only until I get to 70% blockage or whatever. And then they can put a stent in. So I have to get worse before I get better if I'm looking for the stents. Now, here's the thing, instead of trying to get worse to get better, in other words, get 5% worse in order to get the stents put in. Okay. Which means, let me go back to smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. Let me go start eating bacon. Let me go, let me start doing stuff that maybe will just, I'll have a mild heart attack and they'll have to do it then. Or since I know what's up, I try to focus more using the hallucinations, by the way, of getting my little Bob Builder guys that I have talked about before to go down into my heart, into these areas, and try to patch this shit up, you know? And so to try to actually get better, instead of being 60, 65% blockage, can I will myself for my heart to heal enough to get to 50% or to 40% or to 30%? Or God knows it, to clear it up, period. They could go in there and go, where's all the plaque? Where's all the stuff? What the hell did you do? So which way do I work on this? From a standpoint of healing. Well, come on, guys, I only need 5% more worse to get the stents. And it opens it up, and I've seen how they do it. And I've got friends of mine who have stents put in, and it's a really simple operation. It's not really an operation. I should say it's a really simple procedure, and they can do it in an afternoon and you go home. I mean, it's really simple. So, or do I try to heal my heart, which is 65% bad already, and try to turn the tables on that and bring it back? Which do I work on? Which, personally, I'm like, let me get sick for 5 more percent, let it get worse, and then put the stents in. But at the same time, the logic in me says, no, we really want to heal. Yeah, but we could heal a whole lot better with stents in us. So is that a wrong choice? Is that a wrong thought process? That 5%, if worse than 25 of bullshit? That's ridiculous. They could put the stents in now. No, actually, Johan, she told me today, she said, it is against the law for us to work on anybody that's less than 70%. She goes, we can't do it. We will get fined. We will get, we can't do it. She goes, nobody's going to work on you until you get to 70%. So now they're going to do all the testing. I'm going to go back in for some more testing with a sonogram kind of thing, sonic sound thing, and do a check because it's been well over a year since I've had it checked. So now that I have chronic heart disease, these things, I need to get them checked once a year. Okay. So even though I'm not, it's okay. It is bad, but there are a lot of people with a lot worse conditions than me. So, but at the same time, the practitioner person today was like, you got a lot wrong with your heart. You know that, Mr. No. And I was like, well, yeah. And then she told me I had 3 valves leaking, which I was not aware of. Or I didn't understand what leaking is. And that basically they're not closed, the valves aren't closing right. So, and here I am, a person that try to keep my cholesterol down and all that good stuff. And here I am with, leaky valves, I know how to fix leaky valves in a car. So there's a part of me that is trying to say, listen, I'm gonna try to improve that 65%. Let's see if there's something that I can do to maybe not get any worse, but at least get maybe 5% better instead of 5% worse. That I try to get 5% better, and seeing if I can't somehow mumbo jumbo in my head how those leaky valves might, how my Bob the Builder guys, how my brain, is there anything that I can do from a meditation standpoint that might help to repair the heart in some way? I saw how the veins were pinched closed. And it's like, so how do I fix that? You know, that's what the stents are for, to go in and open them veins up. So, is there in my thought process something I can do to rebuild what's wrong with my heart? So, or like I said, do I just let it get 5% bad, more bad, worser, until it's 70%, and just like state the obvious? And recently here, I've been like, come on, 5%, you know, let's get 5% worse in this, so we can go ahead and get them stents in. But the rest of me is going, yeah, but is that really the right choice? Shouldn't we be working on trying to get better, not worse? Yeah, but if we go worse and we get the stents, then we can work on getting better from there. Which my one buddy, his dad, just had stents put in just, before Christmas. And yeah, I'm fixing to go soon too, because my battery's going to run out. And it's been almost 4 hours, and I was promising I wasn't going to do 4 hours again. I'll tell you what, it's almost an official 4:20. So let's go to 4:20 for me anyway. And it's 20 more minutes from now. And we'll do a bowl and share the morning and go our separate ways and have a great day. But with all this, with the heart condition, so I have encouraged people in the past, to like um fix your stuff. I can't see my battery thingy at the moment. Fix your stuff. Trying to improve yourself. Well, but I'm getting worse. And so now it's my turn to be in this situation where, like, well, it's 65% blockage, and we can't work on you till it's okay. So do I pray to get better, or do I pray to get worse? I mean, it's an interesting how did I get here situation, So I say the best we can do is just we should still focus and believe. Yeah, I was just fixing to say that, Johan. I think the best thing that we can do is focus on our life, and like for me, so I got a clean bill of health under the circumstances. So, we got warm weather the next few days. Um, I'm psyched up to put my, new boat motor on the boat. My buddy that I bought the boat from has got a bill of sale and everything worked out, so I can get the boat changed and transfer the title and the registration. And when I do, then the boat will be good for 3 years. Also, we have worked out a way to get a title for my a bill of sale for my canoe. And when I do that, peace be unto you. Absolutely, Stuart. Good way to put that. Thank you. And so that my 17-foot canoe, where this motor will fit on it, I'll be able to go like hell. No. I am ready. I am excited for adventure, and I still invite anybody who wants to come down here and go with me. We can go boating, my friends, uh, and, we might not go real fast, but we can go. So, and we can go fishing too. Went to school with an Abigail up until 23 years ago. Only 23 years ago, Travis. I'm poking fun at you. All right, it's been 4 hours on my cell phone here. Yeah, I did a little video, I think, of the, and I don't think I've uploaded it. And I'm going to do some more video of my boat motor and how I put it on and everything for folks who want to get one of these motors. I think it's a good deal. And unless it just freaking breaks or something, it's going to be a good deal. Yeah, our job's not over yet. That's true. And one of the things that for my ride, the spirit showed me many years ago, and I was like, well, what do you got in store for me? And they said, we need you for the after time. And it's like, what the hell is the after time? And there's still like, I sort of understand it, now, but what do you mean the after time? The time after shit happens, the after time. It's 8:14 in Southwest Australia. We got 5 minutes. I'm gonna start early. I got cottonmouth so bad. My lips are trying to stick together. But so, yeah, so peace be to you, my brothers and sisters, you know, and just as we carry the thoughts and as we say them to people, you go into a place, peace be to all who come and enter here, Nobody has to know that you said a prayer before you went into some place, but you put your prayer in on it when you touch the, door frame. Peace be unto all who enter here. That's really simple. But the more people who do it and we spread this simple thing, you know, then we will be spreading peace around the world. And, okay, so, well, Hawkeye, well, what does that mean in the long run? It means in the long run, we have put a shitload of energy into the quantum realm. And all these people who are trying to fight us are going to be met with peace. There's an stored energy by all us peaceniks out here. And it can be a swelling tide in a way into where the negative energies are going to they're going to bounce into this unforeseen unseen force of the energy of peace, which is love. Okay, so peace and love, but some people say, well, peace and love, yeah, bullshit. No, just say peace, just leave it simple, but it includes love. If I'm saying peace be to you, I'm including love because there is love in giving peace, right? So, but anyway, so it's sort of implied. If you mean peace, you mean love, you know? And if you mean love, you don't necessarily mean peace, but the other works. Peace does, insinuate love because you got to love your neighbor in order to find peace. You know what I mean? So, but with that said, so My spirit guides had me study this thing about the word peace and peace unto you. But, and in my studies with the Bible and being a Catholic and an altar boy and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, the simplest thing for all of us, regardless of our religion or our background. I'm still of the Christ consciousness, right? And so it's like, but so his message was what? Peace. I can do that without being Catholic. Screw the Catholics. They're so messed up at the moment, But and I don't know if I can forgive the church and so forth because they still haven't apologized to me for the pedophilia, brought on by to me, brought on by their priests. So I don't I need to forgive people, but I don't have to forgive institutions. You know what I mean? So it's 4:20, is it? Oh, it's four. Oh, and 1 minute. So, but we can spread peace without having to spread a religion. And with peace, we send love to our brothers and sisters across the world, regardless of where they live or what they look like or any of that. So, and we just be peaceable between each other. And well, I don't like you because, okay, but I'm going to still send peace to you. Yeah, but I hate your freaking guts. Okay, but I'm going to send peace to you, you know. Well, why? Well, because if I try to war with you, if I try to fight back with another resistance and the force against force and of that, it's not going to work, you know. I'm not going to achieve peace if I have to fight for the peace. Now I know we've had world wars and stuff and all this, and we had to do it. No, okay, but in stuff now, I don't have to fight you. I don't have to. It may be necessary, but I don't have to. Yes, ma'am, I'm fixing to fire it up. Good night to you, Johan, and thanks for hanging out again. And be safe and have a great day and a great rest of the week in case I don't get back on here with y'all. Um, and this is a good 420. Yum, yum. And yes, yes, for your information, I'm still tripping. The medicine, I don't have another dosage till later, but yes, I'm still tripping on my earlier meds. So, you know, in having this conversation, if somebody else looks on the internet for Ranolazine, they might find me and listen to the first, you know, 20 minutes of it. Um, but at least, if they want to hang out for 4 hours with, with me and, hear discussion about tripping and so forth and what it means or whatever, and my using, the hallucinogenic powers of the drug to try to see about using it to help cure myself. We'll see about all this, but a night the same with you, Travis, or good morning, wherever you may be. So lots of fun things to look forward to is what I'm looking at. It's like some interesting things to think about, some interesting things to cogitate. I mean, you can think about them and then you got to cogitate. You got to chew that cud, and you got to see where it leads you. So, one way or the other, I need to be taking these drugs for my heart. And I need to learn how to deal with whatever's going on, you know. And if I'm truly hallucinating, then how can I use it to my benefit rather than as a detriment? There you go. So it's been a good 420, and it's good to see you all again. Y'all be nice to each other, you know. And if you know anybody that is taking these meds, I would ask them, are you tripping? Because I'm thinking there are millions of folks out there who are tripping. There's probably little old ladies sitting in wheelchairs because they got a bad heart and they don't know that they be tripping, you know, and they might be sitting in an old folks home somewhere, and the nurse comes in and asks them something, and they wonder why. I worked in a nursing home, so I can make a little bit of comment about this. But I mean, Miss Jones down the hall is normally, she went in there and all of a sudden Miss Jones is having a fit. Well, why is Miss Jones having a fit? Because she be tripping. She's on these heart medicines. And she don't know she be tripping. And so she sees Johnny come in the door to visit her, and Johnny ain't there. There ain't nobody there. She be tripping. But so the nurses on the floor go, "What's up with Miss Jones?" They don't know that she'd be tripping. That's sort of where I'm coming from this. So there are folks who are in situations where they be tripping, and they don't know it, and neither do the caretakers know it, because like I said, I worked in a nursing home situation where there were 100 beds, and so there are 100 potentially, I think where our highest was 90, but there are potentially 100 people, and they all got their own little, thingies, and they're all blah, blah, blah. They're all got their meds, everybody's. So, but to the little old ladies, because there were more ladies than men in the nursing home, now that I think about it. But, so these little old ladies are taking their meds at night or in the morning, and they're huffing them down, and they be tripping, you know. Um, I remember an incident in that nursing home, and to where they went down, and I say it was Miss Jones. It could have been Miss Smith or whoever, but she was acting out of normal, and it was like and her eyes were real wide, and so I get it now. She was tripping, you know. So later, y'all. And I'm fixing to get out of here too. So I do love you, and I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many wonderful blessings that are still out there in the universe. And as always, gotta do it in threes. So I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Thank you, Miss Sheila. You have a good night. It's always good to see you. Travis, Stewart, um, Johnston, and let's see who else. Michelle. Adios to all of you, and each and every day that Stewart and I, gee, many Christmas. I'm high. That me and every day that me and Duggar go outside, we continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. That's a must, you know. So let's continue to bring peace upon the earth simply by adding peace, you know, to our friends and neighbors and to anybody that we meet, you know. Somebody open the door and say, peace be to you today, sir, you know, or have a great, you know, have a peaceful day, you know, have a great day, have a peaceful day, you know, you just change it up a little bit. But as we put the word into the cosmos, that's my goal here. As we use the word and put those words and our intent into the quantum, that's how we beat the system, you know? You fill it full of good energy, just nice and quietly, you know, little bit at a time, and it builds up. There's another peacenik over here. There's another one over here. There's somebody else spreading peace down over yonder. Oh my God. Before you know it, there's this thing. It's just there. I could see it, you know, but I'd be tripping. I can see it, I can visualize it, but you know, I'd be tripping. So, uh, Year of the Dragon. Yeah, I don't know if I watched that. What's it on, Travis? Is it Mia Magic or Maya? Year of the Dragon. I don't know who Maya Magic is. I'm dense in that way. And this is the year of the dragon, too, by the way. And us boomers were born in 52. That was the year of the dragon. All right, well, y'all, I love you. Be safe. And until next time, I'll look for that year of the dragon, Travis. Y'all be safe. And until next time, cheers.